like deleted a bunch of his accounts. He's like unhireable words. All my like old YouTube videos, possible unhireable words were said.
Unhireable words.
I'm like, this is an interesting way of like going about it.
Unhireable.
It's like unhireable words. He's like, I'm very hireable now.
Okay, Haku, important question. Message silencing brand or booming blade? Damn, you're going back to booming blade?
Booming blade.
I mean, it depends. Hyper, are we still doing the thing where the blade cantrips still allow you to treat it as a regular attack?
You're using your action to attack with the blade cantrip.
Yeah, but like, say you have extra attack, would you get the extra
No.
attack? Okay,
Be
looks
too
like
strong.
we're doing message.
It'd be way too strong. As it is, I'm already thinking about killing cantrips completely. Or severely limiting cantrip pulls.
What the fuck? We have weather now?
Yeah, I'm not sure if I'm going to keep that, just because it's, I could just look at the calendar that I have, the fantasy calendar I'm using, because it has weather on it. If fantasy calendar had an API that I could use and then link into this weather program, which already links into another calendar program that you can get on Foundry, I'd be really cool with using it, but I think I just like my personal calendar better.
Nerd.
Yeah.
You say that as somebody that was like mad that int wasn't reliable. I feel like
where are my new int weapons and spells? How the fuck am I supposed to play when I only have Night Comet?
Become strength. Get like a good build.
Okay, but like, how the fuck am I supposed to play if I only hit an enemy for 4,500 at a time?
Alright, any more soul stock and I'm going to sleep.
Wake up.
Armu, our resident Souls
sword.
not player, unenjoyer.
It's fucked up.
Alright.
I'm actually just gonna kidnap you in Istanbul and make you play through DS1. Yeah, that's a fucking, what's it called? Gohan dunk.
Force him to play like was it from Clockwork Orange? They forced him to watch all the violent videos.
I know fucking anytime I recommend something to like recommended something to Ava, you'd be like, I'm just gonna kidnap you and force you to fucking watch JoJo or play this game. I have to be like tactical with the amount of like forcing to do something. Because I feel like too many things I like shill too often, but then
OSRS or RS3?
I mean, both are pretty good for different reasons.
Excellent taste.
Hermu, it's time to read Doro. It has time travel. I forgot about that.
Gross.
RuneScape is the best MMO ever made. It is the most timeless game ever made. Prove me wrong.
I mean, it is timeless. I'll say that much.
It is timeless. I'd say that the 10,000 iterations of Wrath of the Lich King I've played have had more age.
A Mabinogi is the best MMO.
I forgot Pippa's a huge Mabinogi shill. It's kind of
all wrong. Ultima Online is the best MMO. Too bad it doesn't exist anymore.
What about Maple Story? Fucking love Maple Story.
I love standing in the map 2 maps away from the first city and just holding down the shift button. Hell yeah.
It's time to get on fucking... What was the MMO that Kobe shilled a bunch? It looked actually very, like, soulful. I don't know if it would be fun to play, but...
Did he show
Was
an
it Guild
MMO?
Wars?
That sounds like a Dewey or Shuya thing.
No,
It was
Guild
like-
Wars 2 was a glass something. So
It
it's
was a
probably...
He's like, it's Project 99. The server's gonna
Oh
be
yeah,
amazing.
that's
I'm
EverQuest.
like,
Oh, that's EverQuest.
okay, yeah. That looked like Morrowind, but MMO, which was pretty cool.
When I read up about it, it had a lot of aspects to it that sounded neat,
But probably didn't play very well, is what I'm gonna assume.
especially when you have all the old people going back to it, trying to relive the glory days and do it in a very specific and succinct way. Like, say, having a mage
like Wrath.
grind all of Scarlet Monastery for you.
It's just like Wrath. Oh my god, the fucking classic experience of like sitting inside of SM for 3 hours.
Sit
What the fuck do
here,
you mean? We did that the whole way.
sit here, wait for
I
10
leveled-
minutes, have a mage
We
wizard the
leveled
entire
legit.
instance.
No, we did not.
In the first instance of TBC, we did level legit.
What,
And then
60
when we
to
came
70?
back,
No.
Okay, hi. Important
I don't remember.
question. Very important D&D related question.
Yes.
Do we get a bonus if we drag the fucker by his man bun now?
What are the rules on throwing people?
dude, you know, we get Rowan Dahl a haircut when he's drunk.
It's like
Boy,
grabbing
you
it's like
ain't
grabbing a
walking around with no
lop ear
man
rabbit
bun.
by the ears.
You ain't walking around with no man bun in these parts, boy. What's wrong with you?
Yeah. I should probably showcase this now that the stream is on.
You know, the worst
The-
thing is,
As soon as we start speaking about fucking MMOs, Deweystein starts posting.
As you do.
you know,
I love
regardless
them
of how Raph looks, I'm always going to imagine him wearing like a fucking like KFC outfit.
Dude, what?
Here we go. Rowan Doll.
KFC outfit, man.
Rowan Doll by
can't
the
do me like that.
Zootworks_OK on Twitter. Description will be in the info on the video on YouTube below. Enjoy that one, Marilla. It's good art. It's
Well, I
good
mean,
work.
You can't be
Show
dressed
me.
like Foghorn Leghorn.
Now I understand it. I was like, hold on, is York going on about?
Yeah, you gotta be out here talking like the Colonel. All right, let's actually get into the game now. Last week, what'd you guys do last week?
A lot. We got back to Jinkei. We traveled all the way back to Jinkei. What else was there? We did some shit on the way there.
Okay, I
We
remember.
met with.
You traveled back to Jinkei and you fought with a whole bunch of ninjas. One of those ninjas, with no information at all, admitted by me, the GM himself, ripped open a door on the carriage to find one Nisilta Terzani. By pure chance, by pure luck. They didn't even know where she was.
Naked.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently,
they failed to
she's
kill
a
her.
nudist.
They failed to kill her, and all the ninjas died, except one. You guys captured one whole ninja.
You guys seems like a lot of people.
It was a group effort. They distracted the three other ninjas. Rowan did a really good job at distracting at least one of them for the entire fight. Our giant friend couldn't land any of his attack rolls. Neither could Syl. Although, retroactively, I forgot the rule that forces people in a grapple to use surprise AC against attacks made against them from the outside the grapple. So, Raph definitely would have stomped on the ninja that Kara was rolling around with. After that, you guys made it to Jinkei. You had a short conversation with Hui Tailen, one of the generals of the White Vine Army, and older, I think second oldest brother of Huiru. You say some things. You refuse to tell him where his sister is, though you believe he knows where she is. You three non-white vines get a little place to stay at the behest of the Hui family. And then I believe the rest of the game goes to Isolta. Actually, no. Rowan ends up asking one of the human white vine servants at his little B&B where he can find some drinks. He learns where to find some drinks. I'm not sure if he ran off to go find them drinks, but he knows where to find some drinks. Isolta went and had a conversation with her brother, Turin. Trezani Turin. About the recent happenings. Learns a little bit about how Turin knew that there would be a potential I'm pretty sure it's assassination happening, and that he sent her to make sure that it went wrong, and it did. It went wrong in a very bad way, but it did. I believe there was a discussion about the potential powers at play when it comes to the insider information that this foreign agent seems to have about the workings at a Jinkei. And then Turin asks Isolta to take the next step in becoming a true member of the Terzani family. To which we reside now, as Isolta stands, or sits, or whatever, in her room, as her brother's attendants walk into the room, 2 at a time, having it being revealed to her that there are 4 of these women, not just 2. 2 sets of twins. And then, I guess I never told this to you, Isolta, but Yunjin and An are always referred to as the twins, even though they're not twins. But now,
You did mention it.
did I mention that?
Yeah.
Now you see why they're referred to as the twins, as there are 4 of them. 2 identical pairs of twins. And I believe the last thing I said was, are you ready to spill the blood of a white vine? And we'll take it away from there.
I did say yes last time.
Okay. The 4 of them stare at you. They close their eyes, all in unison, bow their head towards you. They part ways, and they ask you to exit the room. Or no.
Yep, I follow comments.
Yes, they ask you to exit the room. And they lead you back outside. Though it feels strange that they lead you outdoors to where you just were looking for An in the first place. They take you back to the shed that she was working in. And in the back corner of the shed, they open a small cellar door. They ask you to enter, as 2 of them lead on in front of you.
Hey, I gotta go.
You gotta go.
I'll be back in a bit. Rowan is gonna be going to the bar, so I am actually gonna go out right now.
Bro,
You're
Sheesh.
not playing today?
No, he said
Nope.
for a little bit.
For a little bit, like
Okay.
maybe 30 to an hour.
Okay. Go take care
Drinking
of,
episode.
go take care of what you gotta take care of. I'll make Rowan piss
needs
drunk by
the
the time you come
glasses.
back.
convenient.
Very convenient. Well, you enter the cellar, correct?
Yeah.
Enter the cellar. It is a small climb downwards. You would say at least a story. In this sort of poorly dug out dirt cellar with little wooden handles sticking out for you to climb down. Once you feel the floor beneath you, you turn around to find yourself in another sort of small workshop. Although the inside of this place is much more... It's very foreign in design. Though you've not had much experience with the gnomes of the world, as they're quite a rare sight outside of the West. This looks slightly gnomish in design, despite everything being mostly made of wood. The other pair of twins follow you down the tunnel as well, and they lead you to sit at a chair in front of what looks like a small wall of weaponry. Most things you're familiar with. Similar to your ribbon knife, you have some kunai, you have long needles, you have short needles, you have decorative needles that you would recognize as being hollow, so you could fill them with a fluid or oil of some sort.
Mm-hmm.
The two of the twins sit beside you, while two more stand in front of you. And one of the Ons begins to explain. You know little of our family history. Is that correct, Isolta?
I know.
The master has not taught you too much out of protest of his wife. However, the Jamazi family, since the times before the mountains arose to the south, their job was to kill the traitors to our cause. That's why we still hold the name that is foreign to Kiden. As you know, our family has been under attack for quite some time. As the master, and they all bow their heads, was felled, as was his wife, and one also attempted to fell your brother as well. And very close he was. Our job is to find the traitors and to kill them. But we are not to do so in the open. We are to maintain our utmost secrecy during all our operations. She goes to one of the drawers sitting beside this little wall of weapons and pulls out a scroll. She places it on a table and places a couple more scrolls beside it. While you were out with Hui Ru me and my sister, as she points to Yunjin, we're doing investigations of our own, anticipating that you would indeed come across trouble on the road. There are many rivals to the Hui family, but there are only 3 families who have a long-standing grudge that might reach to the penultimate betrayal of Whitevine Code. She unravels one of the scrolls, and she hands it to you.
Alright, I'm gonna check it out. What's
You
in
see the painting of a man, or an elf. It's kind of hard to say how old he is because elves be elves. Though you imagine his family to be younger in general, as he carries the Kideni style names. Next to his face, you'll see his name written. It is Jin Yu. On will continue to speak. That man has had a long-standing grudge against the Hui family, for Hui Ru had rebuffed him in a marriage proposal. He is a very prideful man, and though we originally thought him to seek his revenge the proper way, through better business, one might say, we feel as if he may have chosen to deal with Hui in a more dishonorable way. You will know that the Jin family, they specialize in medicines, and particularly anesthetics and narcotics of some sort. Maybe not opioids directly, but stuff that's meant to put you to sleep. She unravels another scroll and hands it to you. In this scroll, you will see hold on, let me read my notes. Yes. You'll see, I would say, a more grizzled looking elf. He has a bit of an anger to his default emotion that you'll see here in this painting. Next to his painting, you will see the name Wei Wulong. On will continue to speak. That is the patriarch of the Wei family. I'm sure you know him well, to which you know of him. He has had a long-running blood feud with the Hui family. Though his family was once as prestigious as the Hui, he suffered great losses during the War of Man, when the Foro-Kiden alliance decided to attack us. General Erzan and Hailen pulled their forces back to move them north towards the Great Scar by the place you know as Leilstead, and he lost many men in that battle. He also lost some lands as to the ravages of wars as well, from the same instance. Though he had his bit his tongue in public about his feelings towards the Rue family, we felt he wasn't to be worried about, but now we feel as if he has had ample opportunity to betray the Whitevine. You'll further know that the Wei family specializes in military R&D, things like ballista, both the small sort of turret kind, and then the larger scorpion kind, as well as things that people call scorpion stars, which are these little, they're iron balls attached with wires and hooks meant to be used against lightly armored and cavalry. She hands you the third one, the third scroll. On the third scroll, you'll see two people. They are Zuran Maiju and Zuran Urmas. On will continue to speak. These two, the youngest twin son and daughter of the Zuran family, while we believe them to originally be just a friendly rival of Huiru and her business, as they both work in and develop the same types of medical technology, we feel as if their competition may have taken a sour turn. Though we do not know too much about when or where, we do feel that at the very least they have some involvement in betraying Huiru's position to the outside influences. And though we have no way to prove any of these people's involvements, that is where you will come in, as I'm sure your brother will fill you in more on the details going ahead. There's a good chance that you will be killing at least one of these people. And if you were to do so, you must do it without anyone knowing. Such is the way we Whitefine preserve our code of honor. She reaches to the wall behind her, and she grabs a needle. It's about the size of it's a longer size, like knitting needle in length. It's about as thick, but the point, you would say the point starts 6 inches into it and ends at a very, very sharpened tip. When you find your target, we'll take this needle, and Yunjin comes ahead and she kneels down in front of you, facing away and revealing the nape of her neck, and you will place this needle directly at this point, and she shows you exactly where you're meant to stab the person.
Okay.
This is our way of stating our message. If you look through the forbidden scrolls of our history, you will see that there have been many a Whitevine who have died this way. That is the mark of the Terzani. Though of course nobody knows that is our mark. It is known only to the most noble of our kind. Liu Jin, Mu Chao, all the true nobility of our people. To make things more complicated for your mission, there is a chance that you will be going against the Thorn Garrote. If you were to face one of these people, I would ask you to avoid doing so. But before we can move forward with these targets, you must find another man first. She takes out one more scroll. This time, it's a small one. It fits in her pocket. She hands it to you. This man, Hanjin So. He is a known associate of Jun Yu. If anyone were to have information on Jun Yu's inner workings, his more dishonorable workings, it would be him. Find this man, interrogate him, and kill him the way that I showed you. She hands you the needle.
I take the needle.
And give me a, just for the fuck of it, give me a d20.
All right, time to see how the D20s are looking today, bros.
Awful.
Yep. We're
right.
balling.
Sil and Raph, what are you up to? Are you just chilling in the condo?
I'm chilling in the condo for now. I was planning on going out.
Where are you going?
We're going wherever Rowan isn't.
I'm
We
looking for
won't-
stores that might sell magical items or scrolls. I need a couple specific scrolls.
After we unpacked our shit, there's just a letter taped at the back of the door. Well, not taped. We'll just assume Rowan has magic shit. Just saying that he's gone drinking.
I told them I was going to the bank. I didn't say which one.
Yes, Rowan has gone out for cigarettes and he'll never be back.
That Costco glizzy be hitting different, man. You can only like we were just talking about this earlier today, where it was like, we're 10 sessions in, we're doing pretty good. Yeah, it's time for a Costco glizzy.
Yeah. Well, it's not like he knows how to speak to anyone in this town anyway, right?
He just run around and like sing his song, the song of his people.
Except in this town, he'll be wind up in jail. Yes,
fucking
you
based.
want to go look for magical items, magical store. Give me a luck check.
Oh boy! I didn't open my sheet. Fuck. Luck is just D100 though, right?
Yeah, it's a coin flip.
Lower is good, which suits you.
Well, they always manage to piss off the cosmos somehow.
Fine, fine.
You know what? Soul's gonna go with it. we're not trying to.
Good job. You curse this. It takes you a while, and you ask a few kiosks, but you'll find your place a couple of hours into your travels, into your looking around as the as the sun begins to set.
I say there ain't no fucking magic places in this town. Jin K sucks.
You should know that the elves of the White Vine aren't too fond of magic.
I'm too fond of magical folk around these parts. You don't like no kind around here, boy.
Hey,
You best take yourself back to Bahankors.
magician, we don't like your kind around here. But you do find a place. It takes some time. It takes a little bit of asking, but somebody does eventually point you to a place, and they do it very callously. They're not too fond of what you're asking. But I mean, you're not here to make friends, right? You find yourself in front of a very I won't say finely built, but decorated and painted shop. It is Sui's Scrolls. Do you enter?
I will enter. Yep.
This place is built for elves. You do have to bend down and probably even walk awkwardly inside, as you are a large 15-foot man.
I hate my fears.
Okay, you know what? Just think of it like this. Remember Assassin's Creed 2, the whole walk the dinosaur? That's how Raph's walking.
He's got to do that operator crouch walk like in Metal Gear. You enter. You're noticed immediately because you are a giant in a elven building. An elven building built by and for elves.
Racist. Racist, I tell you.
The elf at the counter sort of just gives you a wave and goes back to scribbling something in this piece of parchment.
I will greet him and wave.
Do you...
Sir, I'm looking for some particular scrolls. What kind do you sell from the establishment here?
What kind are you in need of? There are very many scrolls. It is our specialty. Whether it is for fine writing or letters or uncouth acts.
I will smile when he mentions uncouth acts. It's not for any of that sort of thing, but it's more for studying. I have a paper due for the Black Blue Magical Academy, and I would like to research invisibility spells.
Ah, student of uncouth acts.
I assure you, sir, it is for research purposes.
Well, let me see what we have. I must ask Sui. He gets up and he goes to like a cellar door next to the back door and just opens it up, heads on down. He leaves you waiting for like 10 minutes. Anything that you two will do in the meantime?
Is there anybody else around?
Nope. It is empty shop.
I'm just gonna look around at the scrolls. And
Most of the
see if
things
I
that
can
are
catch my
up
eye.
here are just paper, finely made paper at that. Some parchment paper, so it'll be more leathery animal hides and stuff. But it's sort of like a specialty paper shop or stationery shop, from the looks of it.
It's Office Depot, but like elite.
Yeah. He exits the cellar, and he has a few scrolls in hand. One of them looks exceptionally large, like maybe not exceptionally large is the right term. It's one of those double scrolls with like the wooden what are those sticks called? Dowels in it, but the dowels have those fancy metal handles. And then there's a handful of other little like actual singular roll scrolls. He places them down on the counter. So, Siu says that there is these three that might interest you. If you are a student of the Arcane, the Black Bloom Academy, that uncouth place, these should be what you are looking for. And he places them all down. He gestures to you to take a look. They've written by a traveling scholar, a scholar of the Arcane.
And I will examine the ornate scroll first.
The ornate scroll looks like there's a few diagrams and there's chunks of text. You'll see the diagram of a humanoid man, kind of like those coroners pamphlets where they mark down like here was gunshot wound here, blunt force trauma there, stuff like that. You'll see one of those, and there are, I want to say like 6 to 7 chunks of text, usually pointing to a part of the body. You can't read any of this though. Give me an Arcana check.
Lord, please. Where's that window? What's going on? There it is. Let me double check my Arcana score here.
You could also make an intelligence check if that'd be easier for you.
The skill will give me more information, which is what I'm after.
Mm-hmm.
Hey.
Hey, you passed the roll.
We're so back, bros.
These are notations in the Magi magic language. This is not something that you yourself are used to or have even had training in using or becoming fluent in, which is difficult in the first place. Magi notation has existed for 500-ish years, and it's just been in use for like the last 100. Some would call these people wizards. But it is, you know that this is something. You've seen a few of scrolls like this back in the academy, and they're usually protected, highly regarded in some way as well. This isn't an ordinary magical scroll. Although there's no magic in it that you can sense. It is more of a fancy paper, fancy research paper, a lecture even.
And how much for this one here, the ornate one?
How much do you have? To
Fair
be
amount,
completely honest, I am not a scholar of the arcane. Neither is Sui. She just has interest in this magic stuff. So she houses the paraphernalia of you fanatics.
And is the Sui, is she able to read these kinds of scrolls?
Not at all. She usually has someone who comes in and does some, what is the word? Not translating, but appraisals of things. That person comes here before they head off to the west for the merchant season. But that won't be for some time. Maybe a few weeks.
I briefly stare off into the distance when I hear the word the west.
What's that?
The
I'm gonna have a look at
modem
the
dial-up
other
tone
scrolls.
hits.
Just a blank stare. I would like to examine the other scrolls.
The other scrolls look like actual, usable, readable scrolls. You have some experience with this back in the academy. Just about anybody is capable of using them, except for dwarves. You do know that giants have a harder time activating them, but activating them as a giant is relatively easy. Relatively. The more experience you have in magic, the easier it is. It's a lot easier for magi, and it is a lot easier for magi than it is for warlocks like yourself, as your power is granted to you, as opposed to the magi who have either inborn or studied magical abilities.
And are these scrolls... So I could use these for invisibility.
If invisibility is the spell written on it, yes. One of them is just a blank vellum, though. I wouldn't say blank. I would just say one of them is castable but has no spell on it, and you'll know that because of how little is written.
Right.
So if you were able to jot down a spell onto that blank vellum, you'll be able to cast the spell off of it.
If I was able to figure out what the spell of invisibility was.
That too. As for what spells are loaded on these scrolls, you can't tell, because again, it's written in arcane magicry. What the
I
heck was
hate
that?
Betzel knife ear dude.
All right. Alrighty, sir. I have a proposition for you. Since this Swede fella is very interested in magic, I have a contact that might be able to get me a dictionary, or at least get me in touch with somebody that would allow me to translate this here scroll. And I'll point to the ornate one. I will pay you to be able to take that scroll and work on it, as well as for those other scrolls, including the blank vellum there. And I will make notes. I'll translate the scroll and give you a translation.
Before we actually do this cost thing, how do you guys feel about me right now turning gold into 100 silver?
Yeah, it's fine. I assumed it was 100 silver.
Cool. Multiply whatever silver you have on your sheet by 5.
We're back.
Just to not jip you on inflation. Or I guess technically this would be deflation. Deflation? I'm not sure.
Quick thing, Hyde. How much would a return trip to whatchamacallit?
Carverstead?
West well, from Carverstead to West End, how much would that be return trip?
Carverstead to West End? Depends on what kind of ship you're taking. I would say on the smaller side, 15 silver to on the more expensive side, 90.
Okay, we'll just stick with like little to no fucking money then.
Yeah. He thinks about it. I will. That might be acceptable. Let me go ask the madam. He once again returns to the cellar, taking all the scrolls with him. 5 minutes go by, he comes back. 5 gold?
That is exactly the number I had in mind.
Very well. He puts all the scrolls on the counter.
I will collect the scrolls.
God, Restream is so dumb I can't change the game.
Yep. I will thank the shopkeep and return to where we're staying.
Alright. Okay, we're no longer playing Dota 2, we're now playing Dungeons and Dragons. I'll be building Kaya still. You return from whence you came. Sil, are you doing anything during this? I assume you're just sitting here listening to Raph talk in his fancy language to someone talking in a different language.
Yeah, while also trying to piece together why he's trying to buy magic scrolls in the first place. He doesn't seem like he's well, actually, you know, to Scylla it makes perfect sense. He needs all the help he can get.
Yeah, he does need help, doesn't he? You guys return to your little Jin K condo provided to you by the Hui family to find that Rowan Doll is nowhere to be found. Strange.
I wonder where Rowan Doll is. Wherever could he be?
Well, Are you guys doing anything else tonight? It is the trip back is a lot faster than a trip here. But it is
Yes.
before the
Where
midnight
the
hour.
where the
Did they
order
get that message?
the motherfucking orderlies?
Say that again, Asolta?
Did they get that message I sent?
It should be there now, actually. What was the message?
Left unread.
Come home for dinner? Haha. Tomorrow? No, lunch.
Blocked.
You guys will be approached by one of the White Vine servants here who will tell you that somebody from the Terzani estate had sent a message, and they'll hand it to whichever one of you will receive it first. I'm pretty sure Syl will look at it and say, I can't read.
I was about to say I'm.
I mean, Souls would probably just assume at this point that it's gonna be fucking White Vine.
I will pat Syl on the head and read the note.
I'm sure it was in Black Bloom. But yeah, it says, come to the Terzani estate for lunch tomorrow at like noon.
Non CST tomorrow.
I will nod and thank the orderly. We'll also ask the orderly if they could reach out to the Hui, the region of the Hui, and see about a dictionary for Magi.
They wince at the word magi. And they nod their head, and they walk off. Anything else you guys wish to handle for the night?
No, I'm gonna go study my scrolls.
All right. You go to study your scrolls. Syl, what about you?
You said we had like a little garden, right?
Yes.
You know what? Let's go meditate in the garden. Some actual peace and quiet for once.
Yeah.
Plus, city's gonna touch grass.
Yes, literally go and touch grass.
Well, you never know. Syl's previous self's worst enemy might be in this garden.
Okay, let's make sure there's no rose bushes.
Oh, there are rose bushes everywhere. They line the backyard, the wall, the fences of the backyard, and
This
some of the
truly is
windows.
hell. Oh, this is the worst place ever. Go at the point furthest away from all the bushes combined.
Yeah, it's
That
right
is
smack
where
dab
we
in the
will-
center. There's a nice little fountain.
Perfect.
It's one of those fountains that you could sit on, like a little bench.
Wait, you can sit on the fountain like a bench?
Yeah, like the corner of the fountain.
The outer
or the
ring
edge.
is
Yeah.
a bench.
Huh. Well, let's go sit, cross our legs, and meditate.
Okay.
Some actual quiet and the closest thing to nature we're gonna get where things aren't trying to kill us. Like earth assassins and wind assassins and water assassins and fire assassins.
There's a flower assassin right next to you.
The rose bush animates and comes to life.
Dear God.
Yep, you can go and do just that. Anything else you're gonna do for the night?
No, just that until probably like until Raph goes and gets her for whatever, or just gets too late to be, anything.
Okay. Let's see. I'd say that you guys just do your thing until the morning arrives. I imagine you'll sleep eventually. You'll sleep safe and sound, unless you don't want to sleep safe and soundly.
Going back to sleep till I have a dream about Shiori Sakata again.
Uh, Isolta.
Yeah.
Isolta, you wake up in your bed.
Can't wake up.
Just moments ago, you were being told to find a man, interrogate him, and kill him. And now you're right there in your bed where you always sleep at home. Where you sleep as you always sleep.
Okay.
And right beside your bed, I imagine there is a side table. You'll find that needle on a nice little cushion. Beside it, a small box about the size of the needle that you could store it in.
All right. I put the needle in the box and get dressed and stuff and hide the box somewhere in my dress.
Okay. Well, what else do you do? You do anything?
Oh no, I'm gonna go have breakfast, I guess.
You go downstairs. It is that time of the day. People are waking up and getting things ready for you. Kara will be downstairs where you always find her when she isn't coming to wake you up in the first place. And the servants are in the middle of the process of getting breakfast ready. It is a proper white vine breakfast. Usually egg, rice, some slice of pork.
And beans.
That's some Western thing.
Oh yeah.
Maybe a root vegetable. A pickled root vegetable. Garo? Is that what I'm thinking of? Regardless, it is a welcome meal. A feeling like a return to normalcy.
Mm-hmm. Right. After breakfast, I'm gonna seek out my brother.
Okay. You eat your food. Servants will clean up after you. You go looking for your brother. You know where he is. He's always in his room. He almost never leaves his room. You knock on the door, I assume.
Yes.
One of the twins opens the door, bows their head and greets you as they always do, and gives you a gesture to enter.
Alright, I go in.
You'll find your brother. You what?
Oh, keep going.
You'll find your brother. He is just getting clothed. Looks like he is just finished bathing. He looks in your direction. Sasha, you grace me with your presence again today? What must we talk about now? As he does so in a hushed voice.
I greet my brother and just go sit nearby. And I got I got information on, well, those families that have a grudge towards the Hui. But I was wondering if there was one that didn't have a grudge against them, but rather would have the business they were going for with that marriage.
Yes, I believe the twins have told you about all of them, correct?
I mean, the ones that have a grudge, yeah, but
Well,
I
most people would want to usurp the Hui family, our family as well. When we are legal, above board business is in direct competition of theirs from time to time, even us would want to be in the position that the Hui family works from. That would be many a family. It would be easier just to list the ones that would want to see them destroyed.
understood.
Of those families, however, what were their names? The two brat children. The Zuran.
Wait. What?
No, the
Okay.
Zuran. The youngest of them were in competition with Ru herself. I would not call them in competition with the actual Hui family. Do you know of Ru's personal experimentations and researches? It's the Berserker's Blood potion. That's what she likes to call it. The Berserker's Blood potion. All White Vine families who operate in the field of medicine, as we do, have a undying lust to be the first to create a proper one. The Zuran kids and the Hui child, all of them were working on the same exact thing. Though I do not know how far any of them have gotten.
I did not know about that. Did I?
I think she mentioned it when you proposed the similar thing to her as a way to distract her from you stabbing her with your acupuncture pin.
I forgot what I even proposed. What the fuck did I propose? Anyways, alright.
I mean, to put it very bluntly, essentially, combat meth. What it sounds like. What it sounded like to me. Yes, Hui Ru has her two projects, her special armor that's supposed to equalize the protective coats that we wear in war against the West. And then the Berserker's Blood potion that all families in the field of medicine like to work on. And the Zoran do the same, though they focus more on the potion itself. Like all families, it always is a failure. A horrible, twisted failure.
Well, one of the guys, the people that helped me, maybe knows something about some sort of potion like that.
Would he?
I mean, maybe.
Well,
He does work for an alchemist,
does he now? Is this
doesn't
one
he?
of the people from the West?
Yes.
Not sure how Western alchemy has developed in the years. It was always rudimentary and childish back during the war.
Well, he managed to turn a corpse into a trader, so I don't know.
That is very true. No, maybe I wouldn't call it rudimentary anymore. Otherworldly.
Alright, so that's just the question I had. I will take my leave now
Of course.
and see you at lunch.
I will see you there.
Bow and leave.
He does his best to give you a proper full bow, but has to stop halfway through as he props himself up with his cane. Okay, you exit his room.
Yeah, I'm just gonna go. Is there an informant for the family, like someone that knows what's happening outside?
Like, what kind of informant? Like, spy network type of person?
Yeah, kinda.
Yeah, I think you'd have to travel somewhere inside Gen K. They wouldn't be staying at your house.
All right, I will go there. Probably with Kara.
Okay. You take Kara and go on a little excursion. Have you visited this person before? Let's say. Yes or no? It's fine, or you can roll for it if you want. Do it the Morgan way.
All right. 20.
Yeah, D20. Yeah. You've been to this place once or twice. Your brother is probably the one who has either brought you here or has informed you about this place. It is a flower shop. A flower shop ran by I wouldn't call it a vassal family, but a family that is tied to the Termazis, but they have full autonomy, if that makes any sense.
Isn't it Tarzani?
Termazzi. I don't know. I keep bouncing between the two.
All right.
Tarzani. Yeah, it's a vassal family essentially. They have full autonomy, but they are servants of your family to a very deep extent. And in general, this is where you would go to get certain plants or herbs or flowers for things that you may need, whether it be medicinal or various other extracurricular means. You, instead of entering from the front, may enter from the back. As you knock, somebody will open the little peephole, see you, and they'll immediately open the door and allow both you and Kara in. You are greeted by a white vine human. Hello, Lady Terzani. Miss Kara. So what brings you here today?
I require some information and maybe some flowers.
Of course. And what exactly are you looking for?
I'd like to know what these people have been up to lately. And if possible, if there is a way to obtain a how do you say this? A timeline of what one of these does every day.
I imagine you give her the names of the...
Yeah, the
Do
names
you-
and the one that I wanna have like more information on, like what he does every day and stuff like that. Where he visits, stuff like that is
the Hanjin guy, right?
Yeah,
The one that you're told to interrogate and kill?
yep.
Okay. When she hears the name, she looks a bit surprised. And she looks at you again, and she's like, are you certain that these are the people you wish for us to gather information on?
On one of them, yes. The other three, I mean, if you have some information right now, that would be useful.
I understand.
Otherwise, yeah.
She walks into another room. Beforehand, she offers for you and Kara to sit, offers you and Kara tea, and little biscuit cake things with a little almond in the middle.
No.
And
Okay, that
disappears
sounds
for
pretty good.
a few minutes. She returns. She steps aside from the door, bows, and a much older lady, another white vine human, comes walking out of that room. So it's time to pop your cherry, huh, kid? I take it your brother has decided to formally induct you into the family. The only reason why you'd want to know anything about this man. And she throws a piece of paper at you. I can tell you, I could gather some information for you about the others. However, this man's gonna take a little working on. How much time do you need? Does it need to be handled sooner or later?
I'd rather handle it sooner. But it's not an urgent matter.
Right. Well, this June fella, the you boy, she says, despite him probably being older than her by like 10 years, despite her being like in her 60s. He's been scarce around town. He hasn't been too happy with recent dealings with his family. Some say that he and his father have not been getting along very well. As for the Way man, the patriarch of the Way family, he's been on the verge of collapse. Madman, really. He's been seen drunk once or two walking around town. Seems there's a bit of a, I want to say, a celebratory streak to him lately. Very un-elf-like. As for the Turan kids, they've been themselves as of late. They have been making a few trips somewhere north. They've been in and out of town maybe about 3 times in the past 2 months. Can't say where they've gone. You have to speak to more people. You have to gather more information if you want more of that. But this Han Jin Yun fellow, he's the right-hand man of that Jun Yu boy. He's been a bit high and mighty since his recent ascension to a proper gilded family. She points to your sash. Had a lot of men hanging around him. He does hang out over in the speakeasies, the northwest side of town. But that's all I can say for now. We'll need more time to gather on him. She then shoves the younger woman. Go get her flowers. And she looks back at you. Anything else you want to know?
Do you happen to know what happened to the Hui caravan?
Yes. The Hui family. Somebody trying to kick their feet out from beneath them. Can't say much. I do know that their caravan was hit by one of the barbarian tribes out in the Freelands. That Rolla woman was sent out to take care of things, make sure the caravan got to the trade grounds safely. She hasn't been back. She hasn't been back since then, although word is she's on her way home. But as for the tribes that attacked the caravan, it's either one of those cannibal dwarves or a regular old Freelander. I'd be surprised if one of the Furorians attacked it. Can't say much else. I know that Ru's family is very unpleased by the caravan being lost. Not sure if it has something to do with the recent wedding arrangements. But it is something. Have you spoken to any Huis lately? They're all abuzz about it.
Some of them have other things in their mind.
Surely.
Has any Western people been visiting town regularly?
Not regularly. There was a Western woman here about a week ago. But I believe her ultimate destination was Bahan Kors.
And any Western man?
Western men. Maybe about a month or 2 ago, there was a delegate. But that man was a dwarf. I don't think he's a proper Westerner. He was from Gunrai.
I see. I nod and thank the woman.
She bows her head to you. The younger woman comes back with what do you even call this? A display of flowers, all placed into a basket.
I am now back.
Welcome back. How
Did
was
Did you get
the
your
hot dog?
glisses?
No hot dogs getting.
What a
It's
shame.
over. No hot dog, no pizza. It's over.
I went to the Korean market.
It's never been more over.
Right? Uh. mm,
Do I know of any neutral information agencies in Jinkai or something like that?
Neutral information agencies.
Something that can be bought with money, basically.
Possibly. That's gonna be a hard one. Give me a luck check. You're gonna want a 33 or lower. Ooh. Neutrality is hard to find in Jinkei. Even though everybody is a white vine and ultimately on the same side with their convoluted code of honor. Everybody has another side that they're playing with. Kara does not know either.
Alright, any that are not completely neutral but that can be bought with gold?
Any knowers?
Anything that can get me screwed over. Go ahead and roll me. Actually, no, you don't need to roll for that. That's a well-known thing. The speakeasies tend to be that kind of place, but you'll know that they got loose lips because you're buying information off them. Sometimes you're gonna give information to people for free just to save face if they're giving information to the wrong person. So you can easily find one of these speakeasies. Kara knows where half the speakeasies in town are. Because she's specifically told to avoid them.
Mm-hmm. Alright. I will go back home now.
Okay. Three Stooges. What are you guys up to?
Depends. What time is it?
For you, you're just waking up, so what time do you want it to be?
7 p.m.
And if it's, I'm still just gonna spend my day working on those scrolls. Wait and see if the what's their names get back to me.
Rowan is running off to the next that tavern that innkeeper told him about.
It is the morning, sir. You are probably hungover.
So am I on the streets?
So like how
was-
hungover? Am I
Yes.
like asleep on a bench in a park, or am I like fucking?
That's literally me.
I know.
So-
Am I doing the Harmu or am I fucking like I made it home?
So how is the GTA zoom in gonna happen on Rowan right now? Is he gonna come crawling out of a trash can?
Ooh. Well, I mean, anything but made it home safely is kind of ends up in jail territory. So, you want to do a luck
So
check
you-
for that?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I need to send a letter.
Rowan.
Wait, Rowan 2?
Rowan 2?
It says Rowan 2.
It's weird.
Rowan Dose?
Those two. Hold on. Let me check. What is
Probably
going
because
on.
you might be connected on two separate ones.
Let me relog in.
Oh, his token is named Rowan 2. I fixed it. Don't worry. I think I should fix it. I think it's fixed because I changed his token when I updated his art.
Ah. Okay, I picked the first one.
Just a second.
You know, these may look like they're bad rolls, but they're actually pretty good.
Are they?
Well, I'm no way other way around. They look like they're good rolls, but they're fucking horrendous.
Yeah. Let's see. Rowan. I'm gonna do 3 luck checks of my own. And I'm gonna first I'm gonna roll to see what time of day this patrol will walk across you. And then I'm gonna see which patrol actually gets there, if any. Rowan, you wake up on a park bench, hungover. Nice quiet.
Missing your wallet.
Idyllic. Did he even have a wallet in the first place because of the last time he had a little drunken bender?
He has a pouch.
Okay.
It's full of all the silver he made fucking telling people he has no clue what the fuck he's talking about.
Just remember I updated your reactive. Okay. What are you up to then? Are you hopefully heading home?
I look up at the sky. What time is it?
It is the morning as the sun is rising right over the eastern horizon.
So I guess it's the sunlight that hits me, wakes me up.
Yeah. You got that one Lemmy image going on. I try and I check around what's around me. Are there guards around me? No, actually. You don't see any people. Maybe you find some animals. Stray. You know, feel like wild rabbits running around this park. A cat or two, some birds. You don't see any people right now. It is the crack of dawn. Dusk? Dawn.
I really don't know what to do. There's like I just ran off and I just woke up now. It's me.
Rowan lost in another place. He cannot speak the language. Classic.
I'll try and stumble my way around. Yes.
All right.
I'm gonna try and find the inn
An inn.
or the tavern. Or no, where we were staying at.
Yeah.
I don't even remember. Actually, you know what? I'll go and look for the nearest white vine so I can actually ask for help.
Okay. Roll on the luck check on that one. Rolling time. You get up, you stumble around, you walk around the park. Eventually, I want to say after about 20 minutes or so, you do find a person. Elven woman walking down the street. She has a basket with her. Looks like she's gonna go shopping or something.
I pantomime.
Wow.
I pantomime to them.
She gives you a concerned look. As you pass
Don't-
by.
I don't speak white line.
And this one rolled a 15%. She speaks common.
Oh. Do you
Uh,
speak common?
I do speak common.
Oh.
You're lucky. Not many people here do.
Yeah. It's my first time here. Well, second. Technically. Can I remember where the game stayed at?
Yeah. You can either choose to, or you can roll for it with an intelligence check.
I will roll for it.
Most powerful character. You know exactly where you stayed. When you close your eyes, you see the image of it in your mind. It's probably the nicest place you've ever been in the last, 3 months. Or lifetime, rather.
I described the place to this wonderful woman that can actually speak common.
She herself doesn't seem to know. It sounds like a very many places that you can walk by in this town, but she will lead you to the nearest kiosk.
You know,
And the nearest kiosk, and the nearest kiosk knows who you are.
oh no, is it this kiosk that we were at before?
Yes. But
Oh,
also,
you're a retard.
it's because your face is on a little print, like a scroll here, alongside Sills and Raph's. And they know that you are currently a friend of the Hui family. They'll point you out to your to the place you're staying.
I give them a bow.
They sheepishly bow back.
And I try and walk my ass over there without looking like I'm publicly drunk or hungover, with the best of my ability.
Throw me a performance check.
I am counting my ABCs backwards by now.
Throw me a performance check. Let's see that one. I'm sure the smell of alcohol is ripe on you, though. You definitely look like you've had yourself a night. But you're not publicly drunk, so I just wouldn't stand next to any guards for too long with the way you smell. It takes you a bit, but you'll eventually find yourself home. Raph, Sil, what about you guys?
I'm gonna go take a shower.
I need to send a letter.
Mm-hmm.
But other than that, I'm not doing anything else.
What is the letter to? What is it about?
I'm sending it back to the farmstead and telling them I need a little bit more gold. Haha. Very important research being done for the Black Bloom Academy. Please understand though.
Wire me some gold, Dad, please.
It'll be fine. We'll make a ton of gold on like our next job. Our next job definitely won't like blow up instantaneously. We'll make a ton of gold. It'll be great.
Sure. Sil, you doing anything?
Nothing in specific, mainly just trying to have some breakfast since we woke up.
Mm-hmm.
And loving the fact that Rowan isn't here yet.
The people who work here will have food. We'll have food ready for you guys by like 8. So there's that.
Now, how is it compared to the food at Lalestead?
This is a proper white vine meal. At Lalestead, it was meat thrown over a fire and alcohol. Lots of alcohol.
Base diet.
So is it better or worse?
I imagine it depends. The meals cooked here are definitely done so professionally, I would say, or on a more professional level. You are eating food prepared for nobles, essentially. While at Lalestead, you got a bunch of weirdos just throwing meat on a grill and calling it a day. Over here, they could afford things like salt. Maybe some sort of sugar derived from. Oh no, there's sugarcane in the West. Yeah, probably. There's probably sugar here. They have salt
I mean,
here.
it can be beet sugar.
True. That's probably more common for a very Eastern themed area, I think, for peoples. Honey, maybe. But I mean, here they cook with spices. In Lalestead, they cook with alcohol. And the alcohol goes in your mouth first. And usually until you're drunk, and then you don't care how the food tastes. Although when they learn to throw wine in a pot and then throw meat in the pot, they'll be gold.
God, that sounds like heaven.
So what you're telling me is once they learn how to actually put the wine in the pot first, they're going to be a culinary powerhouse.
Exactly. One of my favorite dishes
Damn.
to make, cacao vin. Well, if no one's doing
Yeah, so pretty much just having breakfast, then you know what? Grabbing a book. Not to read it, but to make it look like she's reading.
Based.
you grab a book, it's written in white vine. You got no idea what the fuck any of this says.
So it has it upside down too.
It's upside down. She pushes up these glasses that she picked up off the floor. She's just
Still
trying to
being-
look her best. Rowan, you arrive to the smells of food. And you will see Syl reading an upside down book.
Rowan wouldn't even know it was upside down. He can't read that shit too.
That is true.
That's the point.
Very true.
He goes, "What's up?" and goes to the room and takes a shower.
All right. All right.
Goodness gracious, what's he doing coming home this late?
What do you mean? It's early.
This late as the sun is rising in the sky. Well, what are you guys up to? You know that Isolta has asked you to come to her family's estate for lunch at noon.
I'm gonna ask one of the attendants or butler people if they got that dictionary.
Dictionary. A dictionary for magic terms is what you asked?
Yes, since that the Hui guys said, "Hey, if you ever need anything, ask us." So I very much need that book.
I figured there would be something like that that does exist. And this 33 says it should. One of the servants will tell you, Master Hui said that it might take a little time. It is a very rare thing you're asking for.
That's perfectly fine as long as it can be done.
I will keep you updated. I'm sure Master Thailand will be happy to help acquire such a thing, even though it is a mysterious and frowned upon practice.
I will thank the butler and go back to my room. Is there any way I could try and like figure it out?
Figure what out?
If I just sit slowly figure out the letters and what they mean based on context clues, or is it just like a truly impossible task?
I mean, sounds like a truly impossible task to me. That'd be like trying to learn kanji without anyone telling you what any of the symbols mean. Or any written language, in complete honesty.
It's over. I will still try.
Why don't you give me a Arcana check? Wow. Which scroll are you attempting to decipher?
Not the big one just yet.
One of the small ones?
One of the smaller ones.
Okay. When you start looking at this scroll, you can tell that it was definitely written by someone who is a learned magi, not an innate one. However, whatever it is for is lost on you. You can gather by the amount of writing on it is that there are 3 spells on this one piece of paper.
Goddamn.
And why don't you give me another Arcana check?
Keep rolling until you fail.
I'm gonna do the Disco Elysium. I'm just gonna click on things till I figure it out.
Ah, yes, the Resident Evil walk along the wall until you find the hidden keyhole.
No, like you can keep clicking on checks, so you don't. If you fail a check in the game, you can go back to it. You just have to put points in that skill, 1 point in that skill, and you can go back. So you can just keep banging your head against something.
All right. While looking at the scroll, you will notice that there is a couple of symbols that seem to be placed in 3 different spots. No. Yes, 3 different spots. And this symbol you've seen before. This is... You've seen it, and you're thinking about where you've seen it, and it's like, oh, This is like elementary magic. This right here, this is one of the symbols of the classes of magic. Whatever these spells are, they are of the
Ooh.
of the evocation. They're of the evocation
Holy
school.
fuck. That sounds sick.
And even though you're a warlock and it's not all that important to you, it's kind of elementary magic stuff. You'll know that the evocation school is directly opposed to illusion. But that's for learned magi. Or what some new kids on the block might call wizards.
Val is a new kid on the block with his fancy, nifty Book of Shadows.
The magical
Talking book of
zoomers.
Evil deeds. Alrighty. I'm gonna try and figure out what kind of evocation spell.
Testicular torsion.
I think
That
that
would-
would be
I don't-
conjuration or transmutation.
That'd probably be transmutation or some kind of whatever something similar to like mage hand would be.
Thinking mage hand is conjure?
Yeah, it should be.
Well, go ahead and make another Arcana check. I'm gonna throw a -2 onto it though, because now you're trying to learn magical notation. And you're not a wizard, you're a warlock. Oof, even with that penalty, you would not figure it out. Yeah,
It's over.
you know it's an evocation spell. You don't know what it might be. This is not something that you... This is not something you majored in, alright? You want it to be one of the black ones. People, that did not mean learning how to read magic.
Yeah. Alrighty then. Let's see. I have how many additional? I have the big one, then I have 3 others, and one of them is
Yes.
just a blank vellum.
Yes.
Alright, so the second one with writing, I want to try and look at that one.
Okay. I would say that with your experience with the first one, I could give you the information that you already had, or no, I could give you the simplest information, which is the second one has 2 spells written on it. And if you want to look through it and see if there is a School of Magic, I will make you roll Arcana for that, but I'll let you do it at advantage. So +4. A +4 bonus.
Alright. Just writing it down.
Powerful. As you go through this scroll, you find that there is a illusion symbol and an abjuration symbol.
Abjuration.
It is protection spells, essentially.
Yeah, and all 3 spells on the other scroll are
Evocation.
evocation. Okay. Based. And now I will try and examine the big one a little bit more.
Okay. This one you're going to have to make a proper Arcana check. And even with a successful check, this is going to be little information you can derive from this.
I figure I'd just chip away at it. It's going to be something I'll have to learn.
Wow.
I'm not paying text. Fuck you.
I'm tired of you dragging my screen around. The big ornate scroll. This is definitely, from what you can gather, I wouldn't call it a person's magnum opus, but there's a lot of information into this. It is a combination of research material and the schematics to a new spell of some sort. Whoever wrote this was either something they're very dearly working on or something they have given up on and just decided to get rid of it. And in the hopes that somebody else will see it and continue on their work. It is your people would have a lot of these, especially the ones who are coming out of the Magic Academy. Because everyone in the Black Bloom clan, especially those who derive from the Black Rot, they want to have their very own special spell in the Tomb of Spells, in the Black Grimoire. This might be something like that, where someone has been working on a magical concept for the better part of half their life, and how this wound up in a Vellum store in Jin K is confusing. But it's yours now.
That's fucking sick. That's like,
My spell now.
well, I'm not gonna use it for my magnum opus, but that's like the same shit that I was trying to do with my character. It's fucking based. Raph is very happy to have something like this to go off of.
Is your magnum opus gonna be Rubber Nen?
Oh my rubber man. No. No, it's not gonna be fucking rubber Nen. Good lord. I'll have to make note of that.
Alright.
He'll finally have something to give to the black one.
The black one could be very fond of this item. Well, you guys just gonna chill till it's time to go have lunch with Isolta?
At this point, yeah.
Alright. While we skip on ahead to y'all
Having a luncheon.
walking up to the steps of the Terzani estate.
How big is it compared to the Hui estate?
You didn't go to the Hui estate. Actually, no, you did. I would say it's about half the size. The Hui estate had a lot of land, and the wall outside their estate was much larger. The Terzani estate, the wall is not tall enough to prevent Raf's head from poking over. He can see over the Terzani wall, and there's nowhere near as much land. If you guys remember, when you walked up to the Terzani estate, you could see through the gate, and you could see that the actual house was like a football field away from the wall. The Termazi estate is like a fourth of that in the distance. There are a few more buildings, though. There are more buildings here on the Termazi estate. The Hui estate didn't have as many, or at least you couldn't see them. Still a very nice place, though.
So I got a question.
Yo,
In terms of like magic books, how far up is Kelly?
Kelly? Well, seeing as
My
how...
my
Yeah, I
Shizo
remember.
book.
I remember. Seeing as how she was alive, she's probably one of the toppest tier of magical books. It goes, I would say Kelly is tied for Farron's Tomb. The Farron's Tome, which, what's his name had? Preventin had.
Rest in fucking peace, man.
Because Farron's
Well-
Tome was blood magic, and blood magic is super rare when it comes to notation. But then Kelly is a living creature in book form, essentially. That devours souls.
In a couple months, it's gonna be somewhere near River's End.
Like passed on to another unfortunate soul.
So yeah. Well, do you guys walk up to the steps of the estate? You'll see there are elves about taking care of the grounds. There is a very lush garden out front, which is not too common. Usually the front of these places, as you walk by and see inside the gates, that most of them are kind of barren, mostly just grass, a few trees, maybe a bench or two. But the Terzani estate has a quite lush garden, complete with all sorts of flowers and fruit-bearing trees. You walk up to the steps. There is a person standing in front of the main door. They will look at the lot of you, and they'll see, he's like, yes, we have been expecting you. Please, if you would all enter. He swings open the double doors for you to walk in. Around this time, Isolta, somebody will come looking for you and tell you that your guests have arrived. The three of you are led inside to the foyer. Foyer? Yeah.
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 Yep. Oh yeah.
And they'll ask you, you may sit where you please. Do you require anything to drink, or they'll put out those little cakes with the almond on top,
Yes.
round with a little bit of that sugar. They're kind of like those almond cookies, but in cake form. You know the ones, right?
Yeah.
No, you already had me at. You want drink? Yes.
Well,
Am I allowed to smoke here?
as long as it's not too pungent, it is fine.
Then I will need a ashtray if you could, please.
Of course. Somebody will eventually fetch you that ashtray. Rowan, to your dismay, the drink is tea.
I've had my fun.
I'm reformed now.
He's had his fun. It's time to behave.
Yes, it's time to be.
Okay. Isolta, do you go and greet your company?
Yeah.
You'll find them all in the foyer of the main house.
I nod to them and I will go to Raf and ask him for a favor.
What kind of favor?
I need you to send a note in Black Bloom. Well, to write a note in Black Bloom and send either Rowendal or Seal to one of the speakeasies. And just ask for information on the caravan that was attacked.
Well,
And what kind of stuff was in that caravan.
neither of them speak the tongue, so I'm not sure what they're going to be able to do.
That's why you write the note. They just deliver it.
Is there a specific person?
No, any speakeasy will do. Kara can probably tell you about a few ones.
I will take a long puff on my pipe and blow a smoke ring. That's a job for Syl, if I ever heard one. Rondal end up at the wrong bar and start some kind of ruckus and get himself beat before he even delivers it. Have Miss Kara tell me what to write, and I could write you a letter in Black Bloom. Is that all you brought us out here for?
No, we're actually having lunch with my brother.
Your brother's the one that put you up to assisting Miss Hui.
Correct.
I will not.
As I try to remember what Turin even wanted to talk about. Okay. After your conversation, one of the elves that work here will enter the room. Like, if you would all please come this way, we will be serving lunch in a few minutes. As
I
they
will follow the nice
gesture.
white blind person.
As they gesture for you guests to come and follow. And they'll sit you down in a nice, very fine dining room. It's probably an unusual change of decor for you, Raph, and incredibly foreign for the two elves here. And it's quite nice as they pull out the seats for you guys and they help, push them in, and then they provide you the silverware and the napkins, and they pour you the water and ask you if you want another kind of drink.
Are they asking this in common or white vine?
They originally ask in Black Bloom, but when you don't get a response, they look around to someone who might speak your language. Kara will translate.
I'm just, sipping my tea. I'm just happy in my seat. Everyone's speaking white vine. I'm like, I don't know.
Yeah, they speak some things to you, and then Kara's like, Kara starts speaking at the attendants as well. Isolta, you'll hear her say, like, just get that one over there, some tea, and then get that one, I don't know, something, as long as it's not alcoholic, get a milk tea or something.
Yo, base milk tea enjoyers?
She'll say to put, like,
milk.
She'll tell them to put a root, one of the root seasonings in it. And then she's just like, do not get him alcohol. After that, she nods at the two of you after talking to whoever it was that was trying to serve you with a smile. And she'll sit nearby. On will come downstairs. She'll enter the dining room, and she will address the lot of you in Black Bloom. And then Kara will translate for the two of you who are illiterate in all these foreign languages. And by foreign, I mean the languages of the land. On says, we welcome you, foreign guests and friends of our family. We hope that you enjoy yourselves and that our master, Turin Termazi, will join us shortly. You have no need to address him with any honorific. And she will leave the room. Kara will translate that to you illiterate knife ears. And eventually, you will see that same woman, White Vine Elf. Have I ever described her? I don't think I have. Black hair, has triangle-shaped tattoos that point upwards to her eyes. Lithe build, kind of tall, and another elf will roll a man into the room. This man, who looks like he might have been, or might be, a tall person if he were to stand up. He too has a somewhat lithe build that is hidden by his robes. His hair looks a bit scraggly or thinned out, though it is white like most White Vine elves. It does not look like it has been whitened by nature, more by some sort of outside force like age. He has a youthful look about him, but he carries a certain facial expression that sort of combines being, what's the word, restless with stoic. He has a pair of glasses, round frames, look somewhat thin, and he is rolled up to the head of the table, where Isolta probably is sitting beside him. He looks at the you three, and he speaks in Black Bloom. I thank you all for being here. And anything that he says is going to be translated by Kara, so.
It's just so funny, man. I'm gonna fucking die every time. There's just very important things being said, and they're like, "Huh, okay."
I'm so glad I made Kara a character, because I did not foresee this happening for some reason. God, I love not giving everyone common. Common sucks.
It's a little racist.
My absolute face right now.
The woman who rolled him in his wheelchair, she too has jet black hair in a bun, 2 buns low. She has similar triangular tattoos facing upwards on her cheek. She is of a thicker build, not as tall as the other woman. And they both wear a sort of, I'm not sure what the term is. It's not like a yukata, but it's like the more Chinese version. I'm sure Harmu knows what it's called.
It's not
A cheapao?
Cheapao?
No, no, it's not a cheap.
What's the one that, not Soy Fen from Bleach, but Nanao? Do you know which soul person that is? With the glasses?
No clue.
She's the lieutenant of the guy who wears the pink robes.
I know her.
It looks something more like that.
Like her soul society robes? Or...
Yeah.
I forget what that's called.
They look like the
I
others'
know
robes,
what you're
but it's,
talking about.
yeah, it's shorter.
Can you show me a
It's
person?
more like a yukata.
Let me bring it up. I swear the Soul Society robes are like funerary robes because they're supposed to be reapers.
Or maybe it's not short.
I will.
And now Ise.
Aren't those funerary robes? Or am I
I
like...
think so. Yeah. Yeah, that. That was the image I was just gonna post. Shorter though. It's probably cut off more above the knee, and then they have stockings that go up past the knee. She steps aside from behind his chair, and her and On sit nearby. Well, if I may have your names, as he looks to you, Raph.
He's speaking in Blackman, by the way.
He is speaking to Blackbloom.
I, sir, am Raphael Ambrosius Cousteau III. Raph to my comrades.
Ah, yes, what was the word? My trace costume? It is a pleasure to have your company. And, he points to Rowan, and your name, as he says in Blackbloom. And he pauses for a moment, and he looks to Kara and, like, waves her off, and says, in common, and your name, sir.
Looking around still, like, did Kara just speak to me?
No. The man in the wheelchair is addressing you, Rowan, in common.
Oh,
And your name, sir.
I am Rowendell.
It's a
52.
pleasure. Pleasure to have you here, Mr. Rowendell. And he looks to Syl. And you, miss.
I'm Syl.
Are you a free elf? As he, you do have a collar, right?
No, she can't wear a collar because it's Elven Sulfur.
It's what?
Aren't collars Elven Sulfur?
The plate is elven silver, but it doesn't touch your. It doesn't touch your skin.
Huh.
Does Syl wear any notification that she's a free elf?
No, because I thought it was I didn't realize it was just the plate. I thought it was the entire thing was Elven Silver.
No, it's just the plate.
Wouldn't the only thing Syl have at this point would be like her hexagonal bracelet?
She doesn't even have that.
Hey, so she has like nothing.
Yeah, because it's like fucking like 20 pounds, dude.
Well, do you have any notification that you're a free elf, or do I gotta retcon what I just said?
She would just have written documents for it.
Okay. He didn't say any of that then. He just says it's a pleasure to meet you. And as he'll continue to speak in common for this, I assume Raph knows common, because sure all players know common. I am the head of the household here. I am Turin Terzani. I thank you all for assisting my sister in her travels. As he extends a hand to Isolta, probably reaches out and puts his hand on her wrist or something. And I am happy to have you here as a host. And please, you may begin eating. I would like to talk to you about a few things. A few, your travels, the things that, the hardships you underwent in this past week or two.
I sip my iced tea until it's out, and all you can hear is
our Marvel comic relief.
The majority of our hardships makes his presence known.
The Bolin to our Avatar Korra cast. And I do not remember why Taryn wanted to speak to you guys.
It's over.
I actually didn't finish watching that episode at work because I left early.
He wanted to give me like 1 billion gold and like Gul'dan spellbook.
Gul'dan doesn't have a spell book. He's a
It's
warlock, not a wizard.
It's true. It's all in his like the recipe for the fell lean. It's all inside his like brain.
It's innate. It's a God-given right. So, a lot of you have dealt with these, I'm told, Kideni assassins. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
Correct. Yes.
It is quite the feat, seeing as how I don't believe any of you are well versed in the Kideni arts or in true martial combat that I know of. Although he'll look to Syl as he says that. Wouldn't give you a bit of an eyebrow raise.
We eventually figured it out, considering the information we were given. Context clues, really.
I see. So you are an astute bunch as well.
A couple of us are. You could say that. Me and Miss Syl, definitely astute. Rowan Dahl kind of bumbles his way into things, but I like to think he means well.
And yeah, that's almost exactly what I'm thinking of, Harmu. Just cut the skirt short. Raph, is your tattoo visible?
It pokes out from under my sleeve usually, or I have my sleeves rolled up.
And you, how long have you been a servant of the Black One? Find it from quite the opportunity for my sister to have traveled with someone as prestigious as yourself.
A short time. I was tasked to come to Jinkai to study a cursed person, or a curse in specific. So mainly research and to the magical arts, similar to what I was doing at the Black Bloom Academy, as it was.
I see. And
My-
this cursed individual, have you found them, or does the Black Bloom speak to you cryptically, like they do all its loyal soldiers?
You know, truth be told, I did think it was Roandal for a time, but I think that's more of a curse of the mind than it is any kind of magical curse. That does leave Mrs. Solta and Miss Syl, but neither claim to be cursed. What? I'm wandering a bit.
Is he speaking in Black Bloom or common?
That's up to Raph, but
Speaking of Black Bloom, the minute he mentioned the Black One, I switched to Black Bloom.
yes. Well, what of Huiru? She seems to be quite cursed at this moment, would she not?
True, but in the course of that whole saga with Miss Huiru, it was revealed to me that it was from Miss Kalulu's magic. I don't know if you're familiar with her, but I was warned by the maitre d' steer clear of Kalulu and her ilk, So I'm gonna assume it wasn't that kind of curse to study.
Those are quite quite wise words. I did not have too much experience with her myself. I know that my friend over in Lalestead has butted heads with her from time to time during the Great War. And speaking of alchemists, you, Mr. Rowendall, my sister has told me that you studied underneath an alchemist and are to thank for Miss Rue's precarious situation.
Yeah.
Wait, Rowan. Well, Haku, you brought the important question. Is he speaking in common?
He's
Oh,
speaking in
yeah,
common. Yeah, he's speaking in
Okay.
common.
Perfect. I did not understand what Raph said, but he already mentioned Kalulu because I heard it, so it perked my ears up. Yes, I am one of Kalulu's slaves. I am also a researcher.
Ah, a servant of the devil herself. And
You're being too kind to her. She's a fucking man. But she's our mad woman.
yes. And your field of research, what is that, if I may ask?
Transformations.
Ah. Well, that explains
Physical
the
transformation.
predicament that Liru is in. Curious.
I immediately bow very deeply and tell him that I am very sorry. I did not know that it would cause this much trouble for Isolde. She's been she kind of holed up once she knew what happened to Miss Rue.
He laughs heartily at what you said. Isolta, you might find this a surprise, as you don't think your brother has laughed like that in quite some time.
Yeah, I do the go man. Sorry, scratching my head. I'm like, I don't know the customs of this land, so
Rowan hits
You
the
hit all the
just-
apology
just-
forms. You hit the Dogeza, the kowtow.
I hit the 720 Dogeza, and then I hit the 900 fucking
It's a combo
the
breaker.
Roman hugging of the knees, or is that Greek? One of the two. He gets he's very amused by this gesture. He laughs a lot actually, to the point he has a little coughing fit. One of the elven women who escorted him into the room she will walk up to him and place like a handkerchief up to his mouth, and then reach into a bottle and sort of wipe something underneath his nose. His fit calms down for a moment. You need not apologize. And I am having a hard time reading this one over here. As she points to Syl. But we did receive letter that you have a package on its way here to my estate, Miss Syl. Should arrive in no time.
Yeah, unfortunately, we obviously got into a bit of a scuffle, which made getting it difficult.
Yes. Of course. Well, you three, I have invited you here for a particular reason. Not just to have pleasantries, but it is nice to have trustworthy company every once in a while, as here in Jinkei, sometimes trust is a bit hard to find. And I believe my sister has a level of trust in you, and though she is young and human, I trust her ability to suss out such qualities, especially in the other races.
A bogus?
Syl has lost 3 maximum HP permanently, forever.
Based.
Yeah, Still's about to get ejected from Jinkei.
Oh god. Now, I did not just invite you here, of course, to talk business, but there is an issue that is prescient at the moment. There is a traitor within the walls of Jinkei. Potentially more than one. And these people threaten to throw the power balance of both the East and the West into, well, another little era of chaos, let's call it. And
Can I interject for a bit?
please, if you have, what do you wish to say?
How much collateral damage?
What do you mean? That it has been caused, or?
Oh no, like permitted.
That depends. And he nods to one of the servants. The servant bows, and the entire room empties out, save for you four, Kara, and the 2 elven women at Turin's side. The doors close. It goes a little quiet. I would, though you may decline, ask that the 3 of you assist. Really, guys? Really?
Nice.
It wasn't me.
I'm gonna give Harmu his own special rule where he can't draw. 'Cause I can do it.
He deserves it. I like fucking.
Nicer.
Wait,
Nicest.
if Raph is wearing red,
No, I'm wearing black now.
Yeah, he's all black.
does that mean black is sus?
Shut the fuck up.
Damn, there's another 3 HP gone.
No one's gonna have any HP left except for me.
It's gonna be a sudden death game. Everyone's gonna have 1 HP.
Dude, I remember fucking.
But that just means Rowan's gonna kill everyone in 1 turn.
Pervin had like no HP because I also rolled poorly for a
He
blood
had like
mage.
6 HP.
And had like no strength because it was still like intelligence caster.
Yeah. Alright. Where was I? I would ask that the 3 of you assist my sister in helping me preserve the peace of Jinkei and the West.
The what?
I'm sure that the lot of you are much too young to have remembered, but there was a war between the East and the West that raged on for over 90 years. If you've had any meaningful conversation with my friend up north, you would know that she has served in 75 of those years. I myself served in 80. My father before me, he was there for the entire war, start to finish. It is not something most people would want to see happen again in their lifetime, and I, despite my crippled state, hope to live for quite a long time.
Oh, you mean the war that my master always tells me that was the good old time because war crimes weren't actually war crimes back then yet?
That war exactly.
Damn. That's
It It was a it was a brutal it was a brutal 100 years. Now, how much do you three know about Uiru and the Ui family? I imagine it's very little.
We got a bit of information while we were traveling together, and Gara and Mrs. Zolta did fill us in a bit.
Hmm. And this,
And everything works.
what?
What do you mean by this?
I'm right. I imagine
Lil
you mean
said that
her.
everything works.
No. He he puts he puts a hand to his forehead and he's trying to fight back the smile or the laugh, the chuckle. She is still the old Lael, I remember. I always thought her partner would have rounded her out. Never a true white vine, that one. Well, do you know much about white vine culture? Having been here for such a short time, I imagine that is not something privy to you.
Nope, none at all. So that's the apology for earlier. I don't know if
There's no.
everyone's telling me
We'll
that
get to that in a moment.
yes, 'cause even Miss Rue herself has told me that it should have been better if she died on
It,
that day.
it would have been much easier for Isilta, although I'm not sure if that ease would have extended to the three of you. It might have been extended to Mr. Costello here, but to you foreign elves, whom my people don't look proudly upon, it might have still been a death sentence, or at least a life sentence. But you see, here in Jinkei, while we do not have any more enemies to fight against, we of course do have enemies in the south, but there is a well-enforced treaty that prevents us from waging war against them. We found that it is possible to wage war against each other. I'm not sure about you two and your kind, but my elven kind carries within them a persistent desire to conquer.
I think every week we get new management over Madman's Rest. It's a toss-up.
But is it elven management?
Sometimes one week, yeah. Next week, no. Other days, it's a full-blown invasion of the insects from the forest. Then some other days, there's like a minotaur running around, or one of Kalulu's things get out. I am starting to yap now, and I'm starting to just tell tell him about what goes on, the dailies of Madman's Rest, and that that my time in Jinkei where I can actually walk around hungover. I don't tell him that I was hungover, but I could walk all the way from the park back to the inn without getting assaulted or attacked. Is feels pretty nice.
So
I'm simply going to observe.
you've lived your own war, I see, and that is what I am hoping to prevent again. Now,
Prevent him from going
Yeah,
back
his
to
own
Madman's?
war, his own war against alcoholism.
here in Jinkei, the noble families, they've reached nobility for not just being old and having ties to our our great and beloved God King Tathil, but because that they are capable and willing to engage in alchemy and research and science to try and push our culture forward. My family, for one, we are pioneers of medicine. So is Wee's family. They too are well versed in researching medicinal properties of plants and various alchemical concoctions. And they've received quite a few enemies for that, as I'm sure you would understand with the whole assassination attempt. The curious part is that a foreign man had some hand in it. Man who the three of you were hired by. Is that correct?
Correct.
That's what we believe. And it's attempts. They've tried to kill us more than once.
Yes,
I count on my fingers. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 assassins. The last week.
They are quite persistent. I do believe I might have some information, more information on those assassins. As for the initial attempt, I am glad the three of you were there, for I believed that merely sending my sister would prevent the worst from happening. My information network was able to obtain some information about the attempted assassination, and I had sent a Sulta there to make sure that the attempt was either thwarted completely or at the very least botched.
I looked to Sultan and Rav, so should we tell him the full extent of Miss Rue's condition?
What do you mean by that?
Oh, you need not to worry about that.
I mean, full extent of her capabilities.
He means that she's a bee.
Yeah,
She can fly.
Isolt has already told him.
I'm certain that information was passed on, Rowan. I sincerely doubt that information wasn't.
She can very
His voice is like gone to the
army
void.
of Is it going off again?
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's over. Prevented from the happening by like his microphone itself.
No yappers, no yappers.
No yappers.
I'm yapping. I'm gonna tell him the whole thing about the serum.
Explain everything's like the chitin does this and it can do this as well.
Yes, it has this much AC added on to her. She can fucking tank a fireball.
She can tank if she wants to, but she can also spec into damage. You see the venom inside her stinger.
And
You
for
play
her
her in the
tyrant,
bot lane.
You can build Trinity Force on her.
yeah, you build Trinity Force on her. Just build Sheen on her, and go from there.
I
mean,
was
if it's
informed
facts,
by my
that's more-
sister about all the events that had taken place.
But since you guys are a medical centric thing, would you like to know more about what she got treated?
Do you wish to know more?
Yes.
That
Do you wish
isn't
to know more?
really the medicine that we deal in here.
That's well. To get a brand new spanking,
Though I am curious as to what Miss Rue will do now with her own personal endeavors, that she's been changed. Lies
Seems
for
to
another
be
time.
happy.
Now, I had hoped that this attempt on Hui's life would destabilize the relationship that the Hui family had with the Pearson family from Villador.
Well,
But
Miss Rue wants something to happen there too.
say that again?
Miss Rue wants something to happen there as well. She really wants to get it called.
He's just going to the void, bros. Just had
Yeah,
to
your voice is getting lower as you speak.
Is it getting lower and lower?
Yeah.
Damn it. Okay, hold on. It's probably my mic. It's droopy.
Probably, quite possibly.
It's over, growing doll bros.
Okay, how about now?
Why don't you speak for a sentence or two?
How about now? Is it
Start
doing
yapping.
great? Is it gonna be? Is it actually louder? Is it? Am I
It's fine.
falling into the void
Ah,
again?
you're good. You're good, buddy.
The void has been pushed back.
I guess he lost his voice again.
He's gone back to the void.
Voided once again.
Until I wasn't talking.
You may continue talking.
Oh, okay. So, I have been tasked by my master Kululu to scour the lands and find every drink, medicine or not, alcoholic, whatever. I that is my mission, and that is what I'm doing.
I see.
Would you like to see my notes? I have lots and lots of knowledge from across the land, all the way to the west. Lights Watch.
So
Yeah,
you see now why I thought Mr. Rowandahl was cursed.
Well, he is indeed. His mic is indeed cursed. I'll say that much.
Oh, is it still really
It
doing that? Hold on,
happens
it might.
intermittently.
So it might be the Discord thing where it has that delay going on. Whenever I let go of my finger on the push to talk.
It's possible.
It's not that because your voice actually goes low. It's not like we lose complete.
Do you have a noise gate on whatever you're using, or a?
Yeah, I have a noise gate. It's
Sound-
yeah. Let me try seeing if I can take it off. Okay, how about now? Is it like still?
It's fine now. We'll never
No.
tell until you
mean-
start yapping.
Yeah.
Oh, damn it!
Well, if you were to assist us in trying to preserve the peace here, there is a chance that you may come across a particularly special potion or alchemical concoction that might be of use to you and your demonic mistress. And if that
I give him a
means
thumbs up.
preservation
I-
of peace,
I'm already at yes.
then I would not be against allowing you to have it.
So have you heard of a great person named Valula?
Right. Before we go off on that tangent, what exactly does keeping the peace here entail?
It means, at the very least, for the three of you, it means doing a decent amount of investigative work and capturing the man who hired you.
You think he's somewhere here in Jinkei?
It is in my personal belief that he is in fact one of the men who is traveling with Mr. Pearson.
Huh.
My information network, though it may spread wide, it pays the price in specificity that it does for its reach. While we can gather a decent amount of information, most of what we're gathering is whispers, especially when we cling to the traditional value of rejecting the use of magic, be it arcane or whatever form there may be. The man you're looking for is one of the men that travels with Mr. Pearson, a good friend of his, to be completely honest. And with the ability to catch a whisper here or two, it has been made clear to me that this man, I believe his name is William Evans, he carried out this assassination or assassination attempt without the knowledge of Mr. Pearson and with the help of a noble here in Jinkei. I cannot tell you who that noble is. That is where the three of you and my sister will be doing some legwork.
Speaking of Pearson, we already have a detailed look. I already looked into him. We already know where he stays. Do you just want us
Oh my
to?
god, are we going back to Lakeshore?
Want us to just, grab him and bring him here? Torture?
Trip back up to Lakeshore.
I don't believe kidnapping Mr. Pearson would provide too much, though it could open us up to a new direction of handling this situation.
Well, if we take Pearson out, it helps Miss Reed. She's already told us that she does not want that person around. Either make him go back to Velador or get rid of him.
That was
Guiru
part
asked
of
you
what
to
we.
kill him.
She didn't ask us to kill him, but she asked us to make it so that he no longer pursued her. That was part of why we came back to Jim K. Actually, was to find a way to deal with him.
No, she said. She specifically said if you can't get him to Velador, some accident might happen to him, and it's that's fine.
Well, if an
I
accident
think that
were to take place, that would be fine. As for destabilization between the Hui family and the Pearson family, that would be a nail in the coffin, I believe. But I know for a fact that Mr. Pearson is... what are the words? He is a sheltered man, and he has become infatuated with Miss Rue without ever having met her. As it is, the people that I have in Lakeshore send me letters from time to time trying to keep an eye on his activities. He has not waned in his search for Wiru.
So why does a noble from Velador want to marry, an elf?
It is a very strange arrangement, I assure you.
why does a weeaboo want to marry a Yamato Nadeshika princess from Japan?
Rowan, what the fuck are you saying?
Don't know what any of that means. Not
I
privy
don't
on
know,
the,
but
the
it's
culture of Madman's Rest. But I can tell you that the Hui family, they deal in medicines. That is most of what they're known for. However, they've branched out into wartime technologies, weapons and armors, that sort of thing. Mason Pearson is the son of Roger Pearson from Velador. Roger Pearson owns this, they call it a company. It is an organization dedicated to a specific industry. His being the discovery of the metal known as iron and turning this iron into steel. I'm sure you've heard of steel. It is a very strong metal. Easily pierces through bronze, especially when turned into broadhead bolts or bodkins. I believe
It works
his
pretty good with
company-
daggers too, so we'll just say and pull hers out because it's a steel dagger.
Ah, so you are familiar with it. Yes, Broadhead Mills is... well, they and the Hui family's new industry we're looking to join forces and to corner a brand new or burgeoning market. And that can be a problem. Well, as far as I am aware, most nobles in Velador are not privy to the knowledge that Mr. Pearson would be marrying a White Vine elf. There are a few men in his inner circle who are not too fond of that, and that would be one Mr. William Evans. I believe, the term is a nationalist. He's very not fond of elves, and he hates us Aldeans even more.
Damn, with how you're speaking about this guy, you make him sound like a dwarf.
I would imagine he has dwarf blood in his veins. With Mr. Pearson, sending him back to Velador without a bride, or having him disappear, would definitely be an answer to at least one problem. Having him die here in the east could be a problem in itself. But if he were to disappear, or if at the very least you were to capture him and or his friend, William Evans, and bring him to me, that would be a great step towards preserving the peace. And once you have accomplished that, you can move on to the next step of making sure justice has been served. As he looks to Isolta and gives her a nod.
I nod back.
My sister has been tasked with a job of her own that only she can fulfill in the end. If she wishes to share that information with you, I'm sure she will. But though I ask the three of you to do this, I do not expect any of you to say yes. You may have some time to think it over. I'm sure there is, by the sounds of it, some investment into what's going on here.
Yes.
Well, truth be told, I wouldn't be opposed to going after the man that had, well,
He owes us money.
that, and he did fool Miss Sill there, which I can't abide by. On top of needing to stick around these lot, at least until I'm directed otherwise.
Very well. And though your answer was not necessary for the information I was about to give you, I will give you some information on those men who have been hired to kill Hui Ru. The men that you were unwittingly leading to her. He pulls out a piece of paper from his robes and he extends it to one of the elven women sitting beside him. She takes it and she goes and hands out a series of scrolls to the lot of you. Then he hands one to you, Isolta. You'll see a drawing of the ninjas that you've been dealing with, the exact outfit. And then there is also a drawing of the seal, or at least the letters that were scribbled on the top of the man's head, and the sewing of his eyes. And you'll also see that there are objects that are supposed to be inserted into the eyes. The assassination troop that was sent after Hui Ru, they are known as the Agent Weiwen. They are a Magier, a group of Magieri assassins that originated in the city of Indar, in Keden. They imbue human corpses with the power known as anima, and then charge the anima with elemental energy, as I believe you were all witnessed firsthand. As far as I know, until a new directive is sent to them or the assassination is called off, they will continue their best to try and murder the, I believe it was written as, White Vine Noble Girl. Though I cannot say if they've been updated on who their target is, or if they've been told to call it off. The lands between Jinkei and Lakeshore will be crawling with them. They can just throw corpses at this problem of theirs. So if you were to travel north, and he looks at Isolta, I would avoid the look of nobility as much as possible. And I would try to not talk about Hui Ru too much. Though I know that some information about her location has possibly been leaked to at least one individual, it would be best to keep that under wraps, as his eyes kind of scan the lot of you.
Well, technically, for the assassin, is
You're
dead.
Back.
Back.
Void.
Okay, hold on. So, technically, Hui Ru is dead to the assassins, because we've been getting attacked constantly with a Sultan in our party.
I believe that is
fire.
more because they did not know whether or not the noble White Vine Girl had died. They saw a noble White Vine Girl traveling between Lakeshore and Jinkei and decided to attack her. It is a very specific look, as he looks at Isolta and kind of just raises his hand as best he can to like display the clothes that she's wearing.
I see.
But that aside, is there anything else that I wish to speak to you about? As he puts his hand and does that thing. You kind of have like a headache, and you rub one temple with your thumb and the other one with your middle finger. As one of the elves rises to her feet and pours something into his glass of water and picks it up to his mouth as he tries to resist drinking, but eventually gives into it. She wipes water off of his chin. Yes, yes. Hui Ru, for some time, has been working on a specialized suit of armor. Alongside that suit of armor, she's been working on a drug. We here in Jinkei call it the Berserker's Blood Potion. It is a very potent concoction that allows a man to fight with the ferocity of a dragon. Though some of us are fully capable of that, we've retired from war a long time ago, and that art has been lost on us, which is why this potion is very important to us, in case another war between the West or the South engulfs us again. Hui has been experimenting, from what I have been told, with a special breed of rose. They call it the Aldean blood rose. It is borderline heretical, and if the three of you included Isolta, were to see to it that the research that she has done, be it in her estate or otherwhere and other places, finds itself lost to the annals of time, I'd be very grateful. All in the name of preserving peace here in Jinkei. And with that, I believe I have spent too much time talking. I've grown weary. If there is anything that you need, may ask one of the servants here. If there's anything you need of me, you may do the same. And one of my attendants here will do their best to assist you. Now, if you will all excuse me. He raises his hand. One of the elves gets up behind him, grabs his wheelchair, and begins to roll him away. Before he leaves, Sasha, do take care. Good luck. And he is rolled out of the room, and you guys are now alone.
Well, it's good to know that our former employer lines up with the rest of whatever tasks we possibly were going to get into. However, we're staying with the Hui right now, and I imagine we might want to move lodging, considering we're working for the Jerzanin now.
I mean, are they going to kick us out of it anytime soon? We're still technically working for Rue's goals.
In a way, but it's more that perhaps we wouldn't want the Hui to know what we're doing. You understand?
You mean the stealing research part?
that Hui's location, the murder of Mr. Pearson.
Wouldn't it be less suspicious if you actually stayed?
In some ways, yes. In some ways, no. If we stay there and then leave to come speak with Mr. Terzani or come to the Terzani compound, they'll begin to suspect what we're doing over here.
Speaking to me?
I'm simply putting it out there that it's a possibility. We will need to watch where we go and who we talk to going forward. Mr. Rowendahl,
I actually, I'll tell you guys when we get back to our inn.
tell us what.
Tell us that our daddies taught us not to be ashamed.
All right, Ron.
What? Named
Just don't-
what, Rowan?
Just don't go blabbering.
I give him a big giant grin.
I will ignore Rowan and stand up to take my leave.
Okay,
And Rowan
Actually,
will get banished to the Shadow Realm.
I look for the iced tea that I was drinking. Well, I asked for more because it was pretty damn good.
Yeah, one of the servants probably had refilled your cup when you were running empty before they left. And there is a pitcher nearby.
Got it. So we're pretty much done here, right? We can go head back to our function.
Into the void.
To the void he goes again. I missed Rowan Rose.
I really don't know what's going on, so hold on. Let me
Do you have the auto gain on Discord or something?
probably hold on. Let me try and see what's going on. Like, is it doing it right now?
No.
Okay, so I think it's whenever I try and just like do the push talk and then I let go of push talk when I stop talking, it probably doesn't have that delay of just cutting me off completely.
Oh, it's weird. Well, you guys just sitting around looking at each other awkwardly.
No, I'm going
So
back
what-
to the what's it called.
So what's our course of action?
I'm heading back to the lodging. I'm gonna go follow Raph.
At this point in time, well, more or less up to Mrs. Zolta where we start. We have quite a lot of things to do. That speakeasy.
What about
no
it?
longer required.
Well, if you want to get some good drinks, I know where it is. I was there last night.
We should probably
Alright.
get ready to travel to Lake
Everyone back to
Shore
Lakeshore?
again.
It's gonna be a bit before I'm able to travel. I have to at least wait till I get that encyclopedia, and I did make a promise to bring back some translations.
Yeah, we can take some time. I mean, Seal's package is still en route.
And there's so many books to read. They're all quite good. Rowan should definitely try seeing some of them himself.
We do have some books in common if you want to read.
You are literally looking at the pictures upside down, so
How'd you know there were pictures?
because that's what I've been doing.
Do you understand any of it?
No, not at all.
At least their pictures are nice over here.
Yeah, I know they have really great pictures over here.
All right, you guys just pass the time.
Yep.
Time skip.
I am time skip to the lodge.
That's like 10 minutes.
Well, yeah, you guys can go back to the Hui estate that's been lended out to you.
Yep, let's go.
Yeah.
Rowan prefers his time skips 1 second at a time.
I need a time skip. How long? 1 minute. Okay. Do you go with them, Asolta?
No, I will just wait a couple days until they are ready. Probably, I don't know how long that package for Seal is gonna take, but I want some information on the other guys from the store.
Okay.
Also preparing like a card and everything to go to lecture.
Okay.
And our warlock needs a book.
Yep.
Yep.
All right. The three of you are back at the Hui estate. The Hui property, the condo. Your guys' little home in Jinkei.
So, Raph,
Yes.
they just wish for her research to go away, correct?
Yes. They have no desire to see her research make it to fruition.
Prostagma.
I do not like the thought of lost magics, lost technologies, and lost anything. I wish to bring her work back to her.
Rowan, do you understand what doing a job is past slavery?
I
And what
I bow to Raph. It's her life work.
And
And did you think that Miss Hui might even have wanted to do that work with the way she behaved towards her newfound freedom and her desire to remain hidden? Do you think she was very enthused with her work for the Hui family? I didn't come across that. I didn't feel that way, rather. Regardless, Mr. Tazani has tasked us with ensuring it don't make it out there. Don't get out into the world.
Well, we are in the Hui estate.
okay, Rowan, how about this?
It's a separate property. It's like
Oh.
it's not the actual proper Hui estate. It's a condo that they own across town. It's where they
Oh,
would put
yeah.
guests up that aren't like guests they want inside their own actual home. But it's not far. I mean, well, no, yeah, never mind. It's not a crosstown. It's pretty close. It's closer to the Hui estate than it is the Terzani estate. Did that put a wrench in your plan?
No. Well, he just has to go away, right?
Well, you said if it's lost
If
to the
it's
annals of
gone,
time.
if it's lost to Jinkei and the annals of time, then it's all good, right?
As far as you know.
That's good enough for me. Raph, still, let's go on this job.
I'm sure we'll have time to get a little more into it than, wandering about asking. And again, like you mentioned, we're staying in the Hui estate. So that part of the job might take a bit longer. Might need to think that one through a little bit before we decide to go about it. I imagine we'll be heading to Lakeshore before we take care of that end of our agreement.
Got it.
Are there any supplies or anything in particular we might need from Mr. Terzani?
How much alcohol can you put me?
Probably medicine in case we get injured.
That's a good idea.
And we'll give you guys a few needles so you can stab each other.
I'm sure that would be very useful.
Anything else you guys want to talk about before we start skipping time and all your objectives start trickling in?
Yeah, Rowan and Syl are going to compare all the books to find out which one has the best pictures, and then we're going to ask someone to translate it.
Oh heck yeah! Picture time.
Gonna go around asking White Vines for a story time.
These two elves just walking around with an upside down picture book.
Really not helping the White Vine perception of Western elves.
Mrs. Olta.
Yeah,
do
but
you
let's
know
see
of-
them try to read common.
Do you know of any?
Solta's not
I
there.
thought you. Yeah, I thought you were in your home.
I thought you went with
Solta
us.
doesn't want to hang out with you guys.
It's over.
Oh no, Ralph's gone schizo.
I'm seeing white vines where there ain't no white vines.
Yeah, and then he's all alone too because Rowan and Syl are just hanging out with outside, just looking for white vines to bother.
Harassing
go-
the workers. Can you read this to me, please?
Yeah, I'm gonna go find one of the workers and ask them about any other purveyors of the magical. Anything. I'm also gonna show them my tattoo and ask if they've ever seen any buildings with something like that.
You get hit with a 66, so no.
It's over. I'm killing
Magic,
myself.
they're not too fond of. The Dark Sun, not too fond of. All right. Well, we're gonna do a little bit of time skipping. Yeah, pull up my calendar here. Noon, skip. Noon tomorrow. Isolta. You are approached by one of the servants of your estate, and they hand you a letter. They're like, I'm not sure where this came from, but it was on our doorstep in the morning. The guard said
It's from a one Ted K.
the guard said he did not see anybody bring this to us, but it just has your name and says "and friends." I'm not sure what that means.
All right, thank you. And I will
Damn, and
read
friends.
it. Are you?
Say?
I'm gonna
and
read.
friends.
You open it up, and you see the very fine calligraphy of one Huiru.
Okay, what does it say?
It states, "We need to talk."
Is that it?
Yes.
I mean, there is a. Where?
Doesn't say. It literally just says, "We need to talk."
Okay. I'm
Hit her with the BRT.
gonna change into not so noble robes and just go outside the south gate.
Okay.
No, you can't flaunt your nobility anymore. Woo.
Do you wear a non-gilded sash?
Yep.
How uncouth.
I take Kara with me and we go to. Oh no! Is there like? How far away are the mountains from the south gate?
A day's ride. Jinkei is right up against the mountains.
All right. I'm gonna go towards a cliffy area, like not the mountains per se, but I'm guessing there's a lot of cliffs in that. And yeah, it's kind of out of sight from the walls and everything.
Okay.
Wait, Isolta is with the party, right? Or is she going by herself?
She's going by herself.
Oh. We're not and friends.
No,
Sad. Sag.
she doesn't like to mix with you
So,
common folk.
Man, what
Been
the fucking
betrayed.
bitch this noble is.
I know we get a letter saying and friends, but then doesn't
You
bring
know-
any of her friends.
I'm thinking Rowan shouldn't have killed the assassins.
Right, and I'm just gonna wait there for a bit.
Okay. Okay. You don't get assaulted by 6 assassins of an element.
And they are looking north, not south.
True. While you're waiting around, you'll hear a loud buzzing sound approaching from the sky. sun's not in your eyes, you can see clearly that there is a large insectoid creature with a human upper half slowly approaching the ground. They land, kicks up a bunch of dust, and you'll see one Weiru, to whom I will
I know that her.
show the stream, and then I'll look for her image that I've saved and show it to you in Discord. Where did I put it? I have no idea where I put it. I have to go to the stupid user data folder. Which realistically, it's only her upper half because I couldn't get the AI to give me a Drider that had bee stuff. Just a regular old Drider.
It's over.
I mean, could you just said like bee girl?
Yeah, but it would give me like a humanoid person with like a bee thorax, but they'd still have legs.
Okay, bee girl. Put in the negative. Cute. Get some real deformed shit.
It would be like the stuff from what was that game? Here we go. There you go. Just imagine that from the waist down, she's a bee.
Are you saying that to the streamer or us?
Both.
Yes.
I didn't see anything.
No, I put it in Discord.
Look in the fucking Discord.
Two hours of generation. You see her, and she bows her head at you. Where are the others? Never mind. It's not important. Did you meet my fiance yet? Or have you planned to deal with him?
We will be on our way soon.
Very good. I have written a few letters and I sent them. I had one of Lael's people mail them for me. My family, as far as they're concerned, believe me to be alive and well. At least, as far as I know, they cannot send anything back. Though I did mention to them to send a letter to Seifen and or Lakeshore, and maybe somebody would pick them up and send them to me, but I'm sure that would be an issue of security if I wish to remain hidden.
Mm-hmm.
However, that is not why I'm here. Have you spoken to my brother yet?
Yes, I have.
Has he said anything about finding me or securing this marriage?
He asked where you were. He might have an inkling of where you are, but I don't think he is really that interested in getting the marriage going.
I see. Did he mention anything about father? Or is
Not much.
Okay. Have you heard of anything of Rolla? Rolla Lecky?
She was sent to deal with a problem with one of your caravans and should be on her way back. I've been advised to avoid her.
With the way I am now, that is probably for the best. She can be very forceful. Should be very unwhite fine. Very well. Do you remember that business proposal that you spoke to me of when we first met about a week and a half ago?
In character, yes. Out of character, what?
I believe you said something about making a drug to help people fight harder, like a berserker drug, which falls in line to all sorts of white vine things you looked into. Good job.
Yay.
Is this when we bring up the Kronk?
I need to remember what I was thinking of when I made that.
You called it a pill. It was to help soldiers be stronger, or berserker, blah, blah, blah,
Oh, it was
blah.
smelling salts. Yeah.
Smelling
Okay.
salts. There you go. That proposal, was it a ploy to put my guard down, or was there truth to it?
Alright, out
Oh,
of
no,
character.
no,
Is there
no.
smelling salts in this world?
What are smelling salts, and how old are they?
Let's see. Ammonium carbonate. When was this discovered?
When were smelling salts invented? 13th century. They've been used since Roman times, have been mentioned in the writings of Pliny as ammoniacus sal. Evidence exists of the use in the 13th century by alchemists as sal ammoniac. Sounds a bit too new. But I would wonder how they were created in the first place. That would very much change how I rule it.
Let's see. Ammonium bicarbonate. It's a compound.
Just retcon it into Isolde
Okay, it's
trying
salt.
to give them
It's salt
white-
and pee, basically.
a salt. What?
I mean, that sounds like how they produce saltpeter en masse.
Yeah, kinda.
And saltpeter, I think they gathered the urine of farm animals and mixed it with wood, I think. And they, I don't know.
So
I know that
is
saltpeter
it
was,
like taking the ammonia, I guess, and then yeah.
because saltpeter was mass produced in order to make as much gunpowder as it needed to do war since China.
Yeah, it was also used as a fertilizer. So yeah, this could have been like made before. It
I
was
would
just
say
not used for
that if it has been invented, it's very new, and you're kind of, if it's something that you've been working with, you're one of the first people to try and do so.
The first person to pee on salt.
Next thing you know, Isolde's gonna introduce the white monster energy drink to the lands of Terra.
Now I'm introducing Prime.
Oh,
Fine,
oh,
what the
that's.
fuck?
You know what? I think we really need to get a new noble.
To get back into
Yeah,
character.
so Isolde just has a room filled with prime bottles.
All these overpriced energy drinks. To get back into character, did that proposal have some truth in it, or was it merely a ploy for you to get close to me?
It had some truth in it. but it was mainly used as a ploy.
She gives you a sly smile. Yes. Well, though I have this newfound freedom, and I wish to use this newfound freedom to its fullest extent, I feel like I have left too many things undone. These,
Oh no.
these smelling salts of yours, are they an attempt to create the Berserker's Blood potion?
No, they are a result of something else.
And their purpose?
Medically, to help with reviving people, but it not only works for that, but it also makes people act
With vigor? Ferocity? Energy?
yes, with more energy.
I have been speaking with Lael, and she too has some interest in both the Berserker's Blood potion, and I may have mentioned your proposal to me. During some of our talks, I feel like I had a spark of inspiration. I would like to have your smelling salts. I believe they could help me with my own Berserker's Blood potion. You can, of course, refuse, but I would then owe you more than I already do now. And as far as I'm concerned, I do not believe your life is in any more danger, at least from my people, or White Vine Law.
It is not. I would, however, like to trade it.
What would you ask?
Well, all the information you have on your other research and how it works.
Well, my research on the potion is
Not the potion.
run dry. And what do you mean, the armor?
The armor, yes.
Are you familiar with the gnomes? They have
I know of them.
curious technology that works through mechanical means. They have a way of making things feel lighter than they are through the use of these little round objects with teeth they call gears, combined with a pulley system. The armor that is too heavy for elf or man would be usable by elf or man. Imagine, if you will, a dwarf in rather light mithril plate being able to carry out all the well, not light mithril plates, but a dwarf in adamantine armor who can carry out all the acrobatic proficiencies of a proper Thorngirat. That is what I'm creating. But for us, the elves, I can trade you the information on how the systems work for how you develop your salts.
Alright. We can call that a deal.
She pauses for a moment and she looks north towards Jinkei. You could probably see it off in the horizon as a speck in this distance. Although, I guess from a cliff, probably see it a little bit better than a speck. Part of me wishes I could go back home. However, are you leaving Jinkei anytime soon?
Probably in a couple days
Do you...
towards Lakeshore.
That might work out for us. She reaches into a leather bag and hands you a letter. I was hoping you would say yes. Did not know exactly what I would ask of you or had asked you to obtain, but if you were to give this to someone, they might be willing to retrieve some of the blueprints I have in my room. Do please not try to infiltrate the manor itself on your own. Let them bring what you need to you. And when you go to
Understood.
Lakeshore, meet me in a small cove 3 miles northwest. You may bring me your own research then.
I nod.
She nods at you too. Well, it has been a pleasure to see you again. And you as well, Miss Carr. I will be returning home. I will see you another time. And her wings begin to flap, begin to buzz as she hovers slowly off the ground and just flies off the cliff and begins to pick up altitude.
Damn, she's so cool.
Now, how fast is the question?
Pretty quick. She goes from full-size Tweeroo to about half size and quarter size, and now she's just a little speck off in the distance. She's flying rather fast.
Now, is she define any laws of aviation?
All of them. Alright. Isolta, do you head back, or...?
Yes, I head back to UK.
Let's say another day passes.
Actually, when I'm back, I will ask Kara to go to the Hui state where the rest are
Mhm.
and tell them not to approach the research yet.
You'll get back to town quite late. Or maybe even the next day. There's a day ride. A day ride south. If you go full speed, you probably get there 3/4 of a day. But then making it back, you're still gonna have that same time. What's you guys' names? Silt. Sometime in the morning, a person from the Terzani estate will arrive to the Hui property with a large box.
Is our giant around? He's quite handy at picking things up.
There is a big old painted on piece of paper that says Machello on it.
I am studying my scrolls.
Man's
Well,
pondering
Sill's gonna
magic.
go. Well, Sill is gonna go grab Raph because he's good at moving things and opening, and he's big. We're gonna go look for him.
Raph, one of your slaves comes looking for you.
Where, all I imagine,
slaves!
what I imagine is he's in his robe. He has a cigar in one hand. He's sitting cross-legged in front of a fireplace in a nice velour chair.
That is the energy I get from Raph. And then one of these annoying children come walking in.
Hey, Raph, I need you to move a box and open it.
Is this your package?
Yes.
Alrighty then. I will help Sill move the box and open it.
Inside, packed neatly in hay, you'll find your scythe.
How big was the box even, by the way?
I mean, it's taller than you are, so. I mean,
I guess
it's
that's
not
probably a good thing.
it's not that thick, but just taller. Yeah, you have your scythe now.
Scythe and the armor.
Oh, that's
Ooh.
right. There's armor.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, the Drow war mail.
Okay, so maybe it is a bit wider than that. Right, you have your scythe and your armor. I don't remember if there was
Hey,
one
Raph,
more thing. Go ahead.
Raph, of the two of us, I might actually be able to hit something now.
Let's hope so, considering what's ahead of us.
Later that day, closer towards noon. No, but around 10 a.m., Kara will come looking for you three, and she will relay the message from Asulta to avoid trying to retrieve any of the Rue research, and don't infiltrate the Hui estate. Isolta, did you two tell Kara to not tell them about Rue?
No.
Doesn't matter. She doesn't
So I'm
even
guessing
mention
that
Rue.
means we're actually... Oh, so, okay, so we don't even know why.
No, you don't know why.
And that's not because I told her not to say it.
Yeah, it's because she just didn't.
She just didn't mention it.
Yeah.
A few more hours later, Raph.
Let's just hope we can find a Rowan before this happens.
Raph, you. One of the servants in the property approaches you, and they carry with them a large tome. He places it down. He's like, from what I am told by one of Thailand's advisors, is that this tome might help with deciphering the notations of magic, but they've never really been too successful in its use. None of his people, as he puts it, are magically inclined. Hopefully you might find more use with it.
I will thank the servant and take the book.
Okay.
I will now go back up, study the first scroll, the evocation one.
Okay. Give me an Arcana check.
First, the book, is translation or is it a dictionary? What kind of book is it?
So from what you can gather, there is some prose, some plain old. I believe this would be common. Actually, hold on. No, yeah, if this would be what I think it is, it would be common. There is a foreword and a message of the author and stuff like that. It states that though the language of magic is not a distinct language, that it is a living language, and there is no real set of rules for it. This book tries to categorize and chronicle things that are constants or have proven to be constants most of the time. And it's kind of like a dictionary, but it also carries concepts in it. And then it also goes on through like, oh, this kind of magic has no notation because it's only spoken, or this kind of magic has no notation because it's dependent directly on how the caster processes the process of magic in their mind and stuff like that. It's a lot of magical philosophy. But there is a section about the written language of magic. And I wouldn't say a dictionary, more like a dictionary. A dictionary. So you're trying to use this to decipher that first scroll, correct?
Yes.
Go ahead and roll an Arcana check. It is strange because you'll find that a lot of the symbols here have multiple entries in a dictionary, and sometimes it's hard to tell the way it's written whether or not that symbol applies to the proper concept. There's also the case where sometimes you'll see a symbol used here that's also used in another place in a different way. Like, you know for a fact that you found this symbol here and you think it's like, this means something about fire, but then you'll find that symbol in another place, but it'd be weird because that's next to a symbol that has nothing to do with fire and is sort of antithetical to fire. They don't make much sense, to say the least. But you're getting somewhere, kind of. And I forgot what the last event was.
We're making slow progress.
It turns out it's actually spelled to make a vacuum bomb.
Can make a gravity bomb.
Oh, okay. Oh, anything you guys want to do until you leave? I'd say you can leave in a day. You?
I need to try and translate the big one before I go, or get some idea about it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean,
yeah.
I suppose maybe since I bought it, I don't have to translate it immediately. I'm gonna walk around. I'm gonna go out and see if I can find any place like that tavern, the Black Ones Tavern in Lakeshore.
How do you do that? How do you go about doing that?
I'm quite literally gonna wander about and just stroll and contemplate my scrolls while I'm walking.
By intuition.
More or less.
Yeah, you do that. You don't feel like you'll find anything like that here in Shinkai. At least it's just very
None
not
of my
obvious.
people.
It's not obvious if there was one. And like the Black Cauldron was, or the Black Brew was very obvious because it was also built in Ebonwood. You haven't seen a lick of Ebonwood here. Save for, I think, Sill's Scythe. Right?
Yeah, it's like mostly Ebonwood.
Yeah, it's the only Ebonwood you've seen since you entered the Black Brew. Right? Anything else before we skip to going back on the road and closing out today's game?
No, not really.
Right?
Raph needs a skull.
I took a bit of that one dude's skull. I like smushed because I was mad.
We'll skip ahead a day or two. And you guys will gather the northern gate in this chilly morning with a light breeze, with everything you need to make it to Lakeshore. Do you guys actually? Won't we talk about? We'll talk about that next week. All right. Well, that was today's session.
It's time to read fucking 3 articles on how to make smelling salts.
Experience. Let's talk about experience points. Won't feel like it was a very experience point day.
Exposition and finding out what the fuck's going on.
I believe information that's pertinent to your quest is worthy of a little bit. I would say, like, what, 25? Everybody?
Yeah.
Still got your shit,
Rap.
but that's not worth anything.
Right,
Raph
Rowan gets a few more points for doing illegal actions and not getting caught.
All right.
Raph, who was too lazy to become a wizard, is finally learning magic.
Rowan being illegal and getting away with it.
Absolutely.
We did find out who exactly the assassins are and what they are.
We didn't find out we were given the information.
That's
Which
true.
is finding out.
No, we didn't make any efforts towards it.
That is also true. Although, no, I mean, because he did. No, because it came from. Your
We
brother.
literally came to Jin K for that reason.
No, I'm here to deal with something else, but okay.
Yeah, it was side stuff. Alright, I mean, looks like just a 25 XP for everyone except for Rowan, who gets 50 day. Rowan again leading the XP. Congratulations. Rowan now
makes that of
has...
the fucking Shadow Realm.
He's so close, bros.
He's so close. $925, and then Raph would be 905.
I think so.
Oh, yep. All right.
How is it 9:05?
I don't know. I
I
don't
think it would be
math.
like 9. I think it'd be 9:10.
9:15.
It's 9:19.
19. Oh,
okay.
yeah. 9:19. You just have the funniest XP number for a meme. Rowan is off of leveling by 75 XP. Next session
Yeah.
for sure.
Let's make Rowan be 1 experience off.
That'd be very funny.
I think that's impossible with the way that our traveling between, not between, just in general in this area, we seem to get assaulted, especially Rowan.
Yeah, every time Rowan tries to take a piss somewhere, like fucking ninjas pop out.
Pissing all on your own, handsome?
We're going to assault Rowan.
What?
If you fight him, that's if you're gonna kill him, and then at the end say, "Just kidding." Does it count? If he goes down? Probably not.
And that way he gets no experience. He'll just be in a coma the entire session.
And I will wake him up with smelling salts. It's time to
Yeah.
go watch Mari_Ian.
Oh shit, my Mario's fucking streaming right now.
Is the pool closed?
She's on New Vegas. She's not playing Howard right now.
Alright. That's it for the stream. I'm gonna press the button now.